顔の魔法 Los Angeles Comic-Con is officially underway, and if you couldn't make it downtown in person, well, IGN, we got you covered, baby. I'm here on the main stage with all these wonderful, excited fans behind me. Look at them all. They're all here. Yes, all right. Now, coming up, we're bringing you live coverage of some of the biggest panels covering the best in pop culture from the past, present, and future. Best part? Well, you don't have to get a badge or wait in line. But hey, if that Comic-Con experience isn't the same without scoring a pile of sweet merch and collectibles, we've got you covered there as well. Now, the IGN store is basically an online convention merch hall, and among other things, we just added new Deadpool tees, we got some truly epic Warhammer 40K collectibles and apparel, plus a stack of vinyl soundtracks for shows like One Piece and Avatar: The Last Airbender. You can head on over to store.ign.com. You'll thank me later, even if your wallet doesn't, because wallets don't talk. Anyway, let's take a look ahead at what's happening today. All right, coming up in just a bit, we've got spotlights on megastars Rosario Dawson and Ewan McGregor, followed by one of the most prolific voice actors in the biz, Troy Baker. We got some game trailers courtesy of the good folks over at The Mix. But right now, it's time for a nice long chat with a man of very few words, but don't worry, he brought some friends to help carry the conversation. Here's the cast of Star Wars: The Mandalorian. I have spoken.
What's going on, LA Comic-Con? I can't hear you. What is going on, LA Comic-Con? Oh, yeah. Have we got something amazing for you? We've got not one, not two, not three, 4 cast members from one of the greatest TV shows in history, The Mandalorian. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? I gotta hear it. Are you ready? All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Thank you so much. I wore them just for you. Okay. Please welcome to the stage Emily Swallow, Paul Sun Young Lee, Ming-Na Wen, and Giancarlo Esposito.
Yeah, baby. Got the full house going.
Whoa, hey, whoa.
Whoa.
Where am I? Don't sit on the floor. Hi, everybody. Holy smokes. Nice.
This is so exciting to have all of you here. I want to just start out by asking the most obvious question. This past season of Mandalorian was extraordinary. What was your favorite moments, one at a time? What was your favorite moments of filming? Let's start with Paul down at the end there.
Just being in it. I mean, gosh. You know, there's something really special about that show, especially if you've been a fan for as long as I have. I've been a fan since I was 5 years old, so this really is a dream come true to be able to join, be up here even on the stage with these fantastic actors and to play a universe that I grew up loving. And so, yeah, I mean, just being along for the ride has been spectacular. And being up here and seeing this sea of fans out there, you guys, this is so incredible. Thank you so much for showing up and showing your love. We appreciate that. But yeah, just being on the show. Yeah, okay, see you.
They love you, Paul.
Oh, I see a Mando over there. What up, Din Djarin? I didn't make that armor, but it looks good. I loved the moment when the armorer told Bo to take off her helmet, because it was such a simple scene, but Katie and I were so excited about it, and we came up with all these theories about whether the armorer had known Bo back on Mandalore or had known her dad, and we came up with this whole backstory, and then we presented it to Dave, and he was like, nah, they didn't know each other. Now, but it was such a simple moment, but there was so much riding on it, and it was just thrilling to get to go through that and then to kind of hear people's reactions to it.
My favorite moment was coming back from the dead. Because it was an incredible dream to have gotten the call that I was going to finally be in a Star Wars project, being such a massive Star Wars fan, just like you guys. If I wasn't up here, I would be down there with you. I was so thrilled, and then, of course, it was only one episode. And I just didn't know if she was coming back. Dave Filoni kind of hinted at it, that there might be a possibility. But, and then it happened. So that's one of my favorite moments. Fennec Shand lives.
You know, it's so great to be here with all of you fans who really, really love and support this show, and it's been a great ride for all of us, so we're all in such great gratitude. I love getting the lowdown on Bo-Katan. Oh, yeah. I mean, I love that. I had the opportunity to have some wonderful moments in the show. Not only my entry into the show out of my TIE fighter and having one really glorious costume, but then getting the strength of the best car so no one could best me was certainly a high point for me. And getting a helmet and being as formidable as I could be as Moff Gideon. So thank you so much.
Love it. Now, you are all iconic characters in Star Wars now. Is there any legacy characters from the original trilogy or the prequels that you wish that you could share the screen with?
Well, for me, it would be the great one, the great James Earl Jones as Darth Vader. So in my dreams, I have that we can go back and he's tutoring me on how to take over his legacy. But I love James so much. He was a dear friend, and he was such a great performer. And we all pay so much tribute to him for all that he gave throughout all the characters in his life. But Darth Vader certainly was a powerful one for me.
Yeah. And you know, Moff Gideon would have been an excellent student of Darth Vader.
No doubt.
Absolutely.
Oh, gosh. I mean, I already had the pleasure of not knowing that I was in a scene with the OG of Luke Skywalker. So that going to that level of my childhood, being in Jabba the Hutt's throne, working with Boba Fett, I mean, it was, I feel like I was part of the original OG films already. So I'll just leave it at that.
My way into Star Wars were Ewoks because, I mean, I was very, very young when the second movie came out, and they were cute and cuddly and furry, so I was like, I'm all in. And I do think that it'd be kind of amusing to have maybe, because you guys, the armorer is making a lot of armor all by herself. So maybe she could get some Ewoks to come in and apprentice with her. Help out a little bit. I feel like that could be a good...
You're going to start an Ewok sweatshop, is what you're saying? I heard that.
There are no child labor laws on Mandalore.
Me?
Yeah.
Wedge Antilles. I'd love, It would be fun for Carson Teva and Wedge Antilles to be kicking back, just a couple of pilots after, going on patrol for a bit. I like to think in my own headcanon that maybe the paths have crossed a couple of times. They've hung out, shared a couple of drinks, played a game or two of Sabacc. And I think that would be a lot of fun. And of course, Dennis Lawson, one of the unsung heroes of the original trilogy. The only character to sort of make it through all three of the OG trilogy. The character, at least, I know there were a couple of actors who played him in A New Hope, but that'd be a lot of fun to see those two kicking around.
Love it. Giancarlo, I want to go back with you just for a second to James Earl Jones. I know that he was a big influence on you. could you maybe expand on that and talk about him just a little bit, as well as I would love to know how you feel about influencing actors that are coming up now, and what that relationship is like for you.
Well, I think, in life we impact each other far greater than we really understand. Whether you're someone up here on this panel who does this professionally, or whether you're working in community theater, or whether you just have a regular job, I think we take for granted how much power that we have to affect each other in a positive way. And I first met James Earl Jones back on a show that my brother did called The Great White Hope. And he played a very small role on Broadway where he played a character called Paco, who held the bag for this great Jack Johnson boxer that James played. And I met him backstage, and he was always kind to me. I wasn't in that particular show, but he was a guy who really was personable. And you never know in life how, something that you say to someone that is a positive that begins a conversation, and I like your glasses. I like your hat. I like the way you look. I like the way you present yourself. You start with what works and what's good. And James was always that way with me. Years later, I had the opportunity to work with him on a show called Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. And I played Gooper, and it was directed by Debbie Allen, and it was a play that had all black servants and an all black cast. And James Earl Jones played Big Daddy, and so I played one of his sons. And I would wind up in his dressing room, and I walked in one day, and he had a stack of New York Times, all 3 newspapers, and a stack of scripts. And he had every line to say in this play. And it was enough for him to learn all his lines, but he would sit in between and read 3 newspapers, knew about the world, he was really someone who cared about humanity. So he wanted to know what was going on, not only in New York, but around the world. And I walked in and I said, how do you get all this done? He said, I'm a reader. And it allowed me to know that me as an actor had to be well informed. And we as human beings need to be well informed, not only about our small circle, but about the small circle of the world as it affects other people who we are not, so that we can be more acceptant, more understanding, and allow ourselves to put ourselves in other people's shoes so that we can wish the best for them as well as ourselves. And James was that kind of guy.
Wow.
I want to go over to Emily for a second. Emily, I know you've done a lot of amazing charity events in full costume. And
I
wanted to
ask
ask about what that's been like for you, and also if you want to shout out any of these charities that you worked with. Any of you want to shout out, a good one to this amazing, massive audience? I think it's a great time to do that.
Well, thank you. One of the things that has most impressed me about getting to do conventions and getting to know all of you in the fandom is how big your hearts are and how generous you are and how much good you do want to do in the world. And I feel so lucky that we get to be part of these stories that draw all of us together, and then you and us, we get to be part of a bigger story if we choose. And playing the armorer has definitely made me feel like I have some big shoes to fill, literally and figuratively, because those boots are kind of big. And so I've gotten to do a lot of work with kids through a group called Voices Against Cancer, which funds pediatric cancer research, but which also creates this incredible community of support for families that are going through this experience. And because of that, I've gotten to hear from a lot of you what your experiences are with cancer. And unfortunately, it touches everybody. And I think it helps all of us when we get to talk about it. So that's a huge gift to me. I lost my dad to cancer, and getting to hear other people's stories of triumph or, when cancer does take somebody is so healing. And then the lighter side of that is that, yes, sometimes I do put on my armor and go undercover. And it's getting harder and harder because now people suspect it. But it's been a lot of fun to do at conventions. And when I do take off my helmet, I get one of 2 reactions. I get half of the people who are like, oh my gosh, it's really you. And then the other half of the people go, who is that? Because they don't know what I actually look like. So it's humbling, which is good. But it's really, I've gotten to go to some children's hospitals and to visit kids, and getting to brighten somebody's day like that when all I'm doing is putting on this amazing costume that somebody else has made, you know, kudos to all of you who build your cosplay. It is just one of the gifts that's come from being an actor that I never knew existed when I wanted to do this. And it's opened up a whole other community for me, and I'm so grateful for that, and just continually grateful to all of you for the support that you provide for that. But Voices Against Cancer is definitely the group that I cheerlead for.
Love it. Paul, if you want to take, if you have a charity you want to shout out, any of you guys have one, you're welcome to say it.
Sure. I'm from Canada, so there are a couple of organizations like you. Canada, eh?
Me too. I'm also Canadian.
There you go.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
We should talk
From
Wow.
London, from
We
London,
have
Ontario,
Let's go.
Canada.
Oh, there you go.
Wow.
There you go. That's,
Bookends here.
my family
Canadian
immigrated there when we
bookends.
first came to Canada. There's Canadian Blood Services, which is sort of like they provide a lot of the blood for the hospitals and the communities that need it. Over the last couple of years, my dad, he fell ill and was very dependent on blood transfusions to actually help him stay alive. And so this was an organization that sort of I reached out to, I wanted to do, because we were just so thankful because they were able to extend his life. And in fact, he's made a recovery. And it's no small part
Good.
to that. Yeah, so very, very grateful for that. So I would try to give them a big shout out. There's also the Brain Tumor Foundation of Canada. Every October 24th, there's an awareness where we post on social media and we try to raise awareness about brain tumor research in Canada. And so those are two very near and dear charities to me. And on a more local level, there's Mutt's Dog Rescue, because we have a dog that we got as a rescue, and you know, at a local level to try to effect change. And we love our dog. He's changed our life. And so, yeah, so there's
a lot
that.
of dog lovers out there.
Can I also, sorry, I left out, I'm also doing a raffle at this convention for Voices Against Cancer, and you can win an autographed armor action figure and a special edition print by a wonderful artist who's here, Hannah Muldery, Blue Egg Adventures, autographed. The tickets are only $5. You can come to my table and get that, and all the proceeds go to Voices Against Cancer.
I've been a longtime supporter of Holly Robinson Peete and Rodney Pete's foundation, Holly Rod, where they really do so much for Parkinson's as well as autism. And then most recently, I'm going to be on the board of the Culture City organization. If you've never heard of them, it's Culture with a K and City with a C. They help offer so much to people who are have sensory sensitivities, where they provide these wonderful bags for people who are on the spectrum, or people who have mental health issues or PTSD, dementia, where they give you safe rooms to go to, or they give you these bags where you can put on the soundproofing headphones and different things. They've passed out like 1 million plus of these bags, and I'm hoping to instill some of those safe rooms for conventions like this, for people who sometimes they get too overloaded with, you know, crowds or stimulation, and they just need a safe place to go to just sort of chill out. So Culture City is like my newfound passion, and I love them. They're the most amazing organization. So
I've done some work with Voices Against Cancer with Dr. Lou, as Emily has as well, and had some very profound experiences there. I work with the 501s out of Portland, Oregon. 501s out there, we love you.
Yeah.
And the work that they do is really specific. They go around to children's hospitals, children who are handicapped and who also have pediatric cancer, and they make appearances there in Portland, Oregon. and I support their group who, it's called Magic Wheelchairs, for kids who are handicapped, who they make these incredible magic wheelchairs all surrounding Star Wars and the Mandalorian, so they can get kids out into parades, out to Comic-Cons, and they build these incredible machines that these kids can wheel around in, sometimes motorized. You would never even know that they're handicapped, to get them out of the house and get them mobile. So, and the other organization I support deeply is an organization called Kids for Peace, where young people between the ages of 10 and 17 years old have satellite Kids for Peace programs. They enlist kids all over the world. They travel to Africa, to India, also to places in America where they build schools in Africa.
Amazing.
And it's all done by these young people who have raised millions of dollars to support kids who support peace in all these different countries, so that they can find and bring a resolution to all this war in all these different parts of our world.
That's amazing.
Kids for Peace.
Just got to do a little shout out to Children's Hospital Los Angeles.
Woo!
Tom Kinney, SpongeBob SquarePants, and I just did a fundraiser together in LA and filled vans and vans full of toys with the help of a lot of you guys here. So shout out to you guys and Children's Hospital. Okay, talking about toys, can we talk about merch for a second? What is your favorite piece of merch of Star Wars, whether it's related to your character or it's related to something that you love that you have at home, something
I think
tactile?
Paul's head is exploding right now.
Oh yeah, come on, come on.
How long have you been collecting?
Don't do this to me.
Oh my God, Paul.
Just a little while. I got a small, very small. Is my wife out here? No. Very small curated collection. A few hundred hot toys and.
Oh, Paul, we gotta know what's some of these pieces. What do you got?
I collect. Oh my God, why? Okay. So I might have a problem. It's all about perspective.
You can stop anytime.
Yeah, no, I could. I'm really digging. So I got into. I mean, I always collected action figures, especially when I was small, younger. And then my parents culled my collection when I went to university. They went and, like, no mercy, gave all this stuff away.
No.
They were like, what
Yeah.
Everyone
grown
say
man
boo.
needs action figures?
Ground zero. These are childhood treasures. They gone. So since then, I've been sort of trying to rebuild my collection. So action figures, 3.75 scale, the 6-inch figures. I got into the 1/6 scale, which is like the 12-inch figures, especially Hot Toys, and then you've got like 3.0 and all the different other like really expensive makers. And so I'm doing that. I collect replica like premium lightsabers as well, Corban sabers, you know, like with the chassis and the. Anyways, it's all a bit of a steep slope. Replica props, and I build. So I build like I've got a proton pack that I like at 5 actually, and a trap and goggle sets, and you know, the Jurassic Park, the special the Barbasol can where it opens up. I like movies. I like nerdy things. I like those props, and that's when it grabs your attention. Yeah. And now I got a little bit of sweet TV money, so it's like, okay, I can get that. And so, yeah, I've got a lot. And helmets.
What do you have your eye on right now that you don't have?
Don't do this to me.
Oh no.
Don't. There's a, oh no. There's, I can't.
Can I see pictures of your displays? Of your toys?
Yeah, like right now?
Yeah.
Oh, no. It's not. I don't have to. It's just, we redid the basement. My wife jokes that we bought a new house just so I could have more room for my toys.
Nothing wrong.
And she's not wrong. And the basement's a bit of a mess still. I bought custom shelves, module cases, so I could display my 1/6 scale figures. And I didn't realize they're not a US-based company, so it's taken over a year for them to get here. So I just have, in place, like the IKEA Detolfs with all my stuff in it right now. So it's not as a collector, you guys get it, right? Like you want everything to look good. And so it's kind of like, it's a work in progress. No, it's not a problem at all. I can stop anytime. It's good.
I love how so many of you are in on this question and
Oh,
his
yeah.
answer. You're all like, yeah, we understand, yeah. It's amazing, it's awesome.
And you're all going
I
to go
don't
home
understand
and
half
be
of what
like,
he said, but he gets it. He's got him.
all of you whose spouses are telling you to stop, now you're going to go home and you're going to be like, Paul does it, so it's not my fault.
I'm an enabler.
You guys remember in the original, the first Star Wars movie, there was the cantina table that Greedo sits across from Han. I found one, like a small one, on Facebook Marketplace for like $75, and I was like, "Oh, I'm getting this." I just thought it was like a little end table. This guy shows up in a van with his wife. He pulls up in the van. They pop open the back door. It's 1-to-1 scale. It is full size. And I go, "Where's this from?" He goes, "Oh, we made them at Skywalker Ranch for an event. We
Yeah.
made 12 of them. This is the one I made." And I go, "Are you sure you want to sell it?" And his wife in the front seat goes, "Get it out of the van! Get it out of the van, Paul!" And I was like, "Oh my God! I have it in my living room. It's ridiculous. It's
That's
enormous."
awesome.
I
That's
have I have a Mando ship on top of it, so you know,
wow.
all love, all real love.
You live with us every day.
I live with you every day, Giancarlo.
We love it.
So amazing. Okay, we're gonna open this up to questions. Let's get where is Mike Black? Mike Black, come on out. Give it up for comedian Mike Black.
Yeah, Mike.
Mike, you can grab a question. Anybody from the front row? They got some over
Does
here.
anyone have a question? Oh, how about you?
Hi, my question is for Ming-Na Wen. Who do you think would win in a fight between Fennec, Melinda May, and Mulan?
Wow.
That's a
That's
wicked
a
question.
serious question.
That's a serious, wow.
I buy
It
tickets.
depends on what kind of fight it is.
Oh.
That's key, right? But Melinda May is pretty badass, and I've done most fight scenes with her. But if there's anything to do with, a shooting set of skills, then definitely it would be Fennec Shand, yes. But I'm gonna, gosh, this is a mean question. You know, I know there's a gazillion fans who are Mulan fans, the OG.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna say Mulan would kick their asses. You know, she saved China. So
Yeah, absolutely.
No big deal.
All right,
have
let's
another
grab
question?
another one.
Hi, it's for the cast. I was just wondering if you're aware that there is a community of Grogu makers, Grogu that rebody and make their own Grogus, and how you feel about it.
Mike, could you
Mike,
repeat the
yeah,
question?
Can you repeat?
There is a community of Grogu makers
Yeah.
who make their own customized Grogu. How do you guys feel about that?
You have something I want. That's how I feel about that.
That was perfect. That was absolutely perfect.
I have a question for you, my favorite actress, Ming-Na Wen.
Aw.
I want to know, I have 3 questions to ask you. When are you going to have your reboot for your Mulan again? And when are you going to have your Star Wars story of your Fennec Shand? And also, how do you get your technique skills and have your kung fu fighting as Mulan? Because you're my favorite. You are the best actress.
Okay, Mike, can you repeat?
Mike, can you help us with that one?
Yeah. Something
I'll
about martial
try.
arts and Mulan.
He wanted to know
and-
about your training and what you have coming up soon
Oh, okay. Well, real quick,
for the reboot of Mulan.
Oh, okay. I don't know if there's a reboot of Mulan, but my training is from dance and kung fu, and my kick-ass stunt double, who's a wushu master, Ming Q.
Yeah.
She's been my double for over 10 years, and I've learned so much from her, and she is a tough trainer. I love her dearly.
I worked with her on
Yeah.
Book of Boba Fett, and she's incredible.
She's amazing. She's tiny and powerful. Love her. And, you know, just get really fat when I'm not working with her.
I'm gonna take a quick question from the internet. This one was, what piece of Star Wars technology do you wish was real? And before you say lightsaber, I feel like if I had a lightsaber, I'd end up cutting my arm off with
Yeah.
it. I'm not
Yeah.
very
dangerous.
Yeah.
coordinated. I bought a Ginsu knife recently, and I accidentally set it on fire. So that's not good. That's a mistake. That was a mistake. Please.
Yeah.
For me, it would be the TIE Fighter.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I
Yeah.
just think it's the perfect shape. I think it moves faster than anything else, and I think we should have that in our world.
There we go.
That'd be my transportation, baby. New York to LA. TIE Fighter, baby.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love that.
I think for me it would be like if there was a light speed for LA traffic, like where you could just frickin' get from one spot to the next,
Oh,
like
yeah,
just go
that's
through some
perfect.
wormhole or something just to get anywhere. Yeah.
Love it.
I just want a jetpack. I'm a simple girl with simple needs. Although that would come in handy for traffic too, so maybe it's practical.
Land speeders. It'd be so much fun to just tool around on a land speeder, no
Yeah.
tires. Just go. You can go off-road. You can go over the water. You can do lots of fun things with the land speeder. Plus, she took jetpack, so.
Yeah, nobody
love
can
it.
steal the wheels, right? Yeah.
Oh, perfect. We got a question over here?
Yeah, we do.
Okay, this question is for Giancarlo. I'm wanting to know if you plan on being involved in any more seasons of The Mandalorian, and if they'll add more seasons, and how many more, if you know.
Well, I would love to be. You know, I don't know much about what's going on. I know they're making a film. I don't know if they're going to return to the show or not, but anything is open. And I certainly left the best opening ever for Moff Gideon to come back. You know, I love it when you see a character go over the edge, but you don't quite know what happens. And, you know, I remember in our last season when I came to set, had a different haircut because I figured I was in prison for a while, and had no mustache. And then before I started shooting, Jon Favreau came down and he kind of looked at me and he scratched his head. He went, "No mustache?" And I went, "No mustache." And so it leaves it open with, you know, all of those clones, that there's a possibility that Moff Gideon is still hiding out somewhere waiting to come back and take over. I can almost guarantee it.
Oh, absolutely.
Ooh, nice.
Love it. Yeah.
Hi, this is it's for Paul. Fellow collector here. I know you've talked about how Hasbro hasn't really made your own
no, here we
action
go.
figure. Has there been any talks with Hot Toys for like a 1/6 scale for licensing? And
Sorry,
what
what's
would
the
you
question?
prefer?
Hasbro? No.
Well, yeah, Hasbro, but,
But-
anything with Hot Toys as far as licensing goes?
I'm sorry, Mike, could you repeat? I
Yeah,
just sort of went all like.
he asked if, other than Hasbro, are there any other figures being made of you, like Hot Toys or Pops or anything like that?
Oh my God. No.
No.
All my
What?
fellow collectors, let's band together and demand something.
Yeah.
Right? Come on,
There's
man.
got to be a toy company here right now
I just-
that we can get to sign an agreement.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
like, I don't know what more I got to do because it's like Mandalorian, Book of Boba Fett, Ahsoka. It's 3 different series.
Yeah.
Right? Give Carson some love. Like, what's the deal, dudes? What more does he have to do?
on.
And it's not like he's he's not like a taxi driver. He's doing stuff. He
Yeah.
shows up. He helps. He nudges. He cajoles. There's subtext to his character.
Yeah, there's like 5 K2SO
There you
figures.
go.
I mean, come on.
There you go. And I love the
Pull it
Mandalorians,
together.
but how many more Mandalorians do we need? I know it's a mold. It's very easy to army build.
You need
But-
to enlist the people who are making all the Grogus and have
There
them
you go.
just switch
That's
over
right.
to
An
doing
army
Carsons.
of Carsons.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right. We got time for a couple more.
Hi, if you had a lightsaber in real life, what color would it be?
Ooh, that's a serious
great
question.
question.
If you had a lightsaber in real life, what color would it be?
Black. Come on. Duh.
Orange for me, because that's Fennec's color, for sure.
Gold, because I gotta have everything gold.
This is a question I've long debated in my own mind. You've opened up a particular can of worms that I don't think we have enough time to really fully explore. Suffice to say, blue?
All right, you guys ready for another one?
My question is for Giancarlo Esposito. What kind of research did you do for Moff Gideon?
You know, I went back and I watched Peter Cushing's performance. His Grand Moff performance was very interesting to me. I went back and looked a bit at James Earl Jones because that was just inspiration to me, how he held himself, how he carried himself underneath that grand and very graceful costume. It took a long time for me to even start to think that I was kind of the modern day Darth Vader because I didn't know much and I wanted to sort of figure it out. So I went back and looked, I went back and read. I talked to Favreau and Dave Filoni, who weren't giving much up, and then I made the rest up, which is normally what I usually do. I had asked for, the one request I asked for was a cape, and that gave me the feeling that I had to walk a certain way and be a certain way. And then the moment came where I had the dark saber. And, you know, it's interesting to have an extension of your arm, but it's not your arm. It's a weapon. It's a tool that's revered. So I had to first bow down to it and give it great respect and then start to play around in my living room with a broomstick to figure out how not to set it on fire and how not to chop my own arm off.
Oh, yeah.
And so it was, you know, the journey for me is always wonderful. Oftentimes in our lives, we want to get to where we perceive ourselves as being. But if we got there tomorrow, we wouldn't appreciate it as much as if we built the building blocks to get there. So the journey becomes very important. And the journey for me of Moff Gideon, although it was a very facilitated, fast one, I immersed myself to be able to figure out how to control the chaos and have you believe it and relate to it.
Love it. Brilliant.
Hi there. So the show is very much the vision of these two minds, Favreau and Filoni, and I was curious how you felt about the differences, if there is much difference in their style of direction or how they tell a story or work with you as actors to make their vision come to life.
They tell you very little. You know, David has a childlike, unjaded view with the intellect of someone who understands and remembers every piece of what's happening from the beginning. So to combine that, you know, that childlike view, which gives him a lightness of being and a creative sense that can expand things with the intellectual property of knowing what went before is kind of an amazing combination. Whereas John is incredible also in his intellect, but what is it that you can say that makes things most practical? What I love the most is their empowerment of you as an actor, of us as actors. You know, and that is a beautiful thing. You know, they lay it out for you, but then they trust you enough to follow the instinct. And John said to me one day, this is why I hired you. You know, I got to be on set 3. We ran into a problem about a fight, my fight with Cara Dune, and the director, Rick, was giving suggestions, and the actress was giving suggestions, and, you know, the director had to make the decision, but we call in the big guns. And John looked at me and he said, you know what to do. We had 3 different scenarios, and I loved that because then it empowered me. What we do in our lives, whether we know it or not, by things that we say that could be flippant, offhand, or really meant to be said to someone because you said it out of a very thoughtful and in a mindful way, you don't know how much that affects someone. So after John said that to me, I walked back on the set, we went through the scene again, And I knew exactly what should be done. And I suggested, you know, she turns this gun around and she just pops me in the head with it. And I fall straight back on my back. How simple is that? You know, and so there are things that happen that we sometimes put too much of our brain into, and we need to allow our childlike wonder and joy to come out, to keep it simple and allow it to flow. When you're in the moment, things flow. It shouldn't be that hard. Take a moment, take a deep breath, and allow it, invite it to happen.
And what I also love about John and Dave is what great listeners they are. You know, they're incredible storytellers, but they're also really wonderful listeners. And as an actor, it's fantastic when you're on a set that complex and that big with so many things going on that they will take that moment and you just feel heard as an actor. And that's the collaboration that I will always cherish with the both of them. Yeah, they're amazing.
I love
that. To become president. I'll be thinking about that, baby. Let's see how this next few months go. And then I'll rise up like a phoenix and proclaim all of you to be kings and queens that you are.
So good. So good.
I just want to follow that question up with now you've been working with all sorts of different directors on the show. Any stories, anything you can throw out about any of the directors that you've gotten to work with throughout the process of doing this?
On our show?
Yeah.
You guys have a...
Well, the thing that impressed me from the beginning is similar to the way that John and Dave really trust their actors. They trust every single creative person on that show. And with a show that is so sprawling and with so many moving parts, I feel like it could be easy to feel like you have to maintain this tight control of your vision. And what's always struck me is that they have a very strong vision of what the show is, but they trust everyone they're working with, and that extends to these very unique directors that they've brought in, who all have their own unique style, all have their own way of working, but who are all unified in telling the same story. And you can really feel that when you're working with each one. It was a real thrill to get to work with people with different styles and to discover different moments with them because they approach it through a different lens, but to trust that we were all ultimately telling the same story and that was the most important thing. And so I feel like in allowing everybody to be very unique and giving that trust rather than trying to maintain control, it wound up making everything more unified, even with the individual styles that we worked with, and that was fun.
Amazing.
You got anything?
I think my experience was a little bit different than yours. No, I mean, my first episode of Mandalorian was directed by the late, great Carl Weathers. And to be honest, I mean, as a Canadian kid coming to the U.S., my first ever gig in the U.S., and it's a Hollywood icon, and he's directing you. And he scared me. I loved him, but he was a director that I had to gain his trust because he didn't cast me in it. John and Dave made the offer, and you know, Carl was directing the episode, and usually the director has more of a say, and then I was just this guy that kind of showed up, and he had no idea who I was, and he didn't know that it didn't matter that I was a crafted professional actor from Canada, an award-winning actor. He didn't know me because he didn't cast me. So I felt like I had to earn his trust, and so I was a mess of nerves that first day because I really wanted to prove that I belonged, that I was a professional, and I could do the job, right? And so I was able to sort of win him over, which is great, because the second day it was like night and day. Once you get Carl's trust, everything opens up. And I got to see Carl, the man, like he just was an incredible presence and just so inspiring, and he'd done so much and so generous and so giving of his time. Amazing experience. And then I worked with Peyton Reed, who had, directed the Ant-Man movies, So that was really cool, but like more so than not, he had directed that cheerleader movie, Bring It On. That's right.
Oh,
and
wow.
while we were shooting that episode, both he and Dave were nerding out because it was like the 20th anniversary of that movie. So it was like, oh, okay, this is cool, this is different. And then working with Bryce Dallas Howard, who is an actor's director, because she has performed. And so getting notes from her was incredible because she just knew what you were looking for. So that was like really, really cool. And then, you know, getting a chance to work with Peter Ramsey, who, like Dave Filoni, had moved from animation to live action, and he was super collaborative. And I felt like I kind of landed at that point because I didn't feel like I needed to prove anything to him. He just trusted me as a performer to do it. Like, you know this character, very collaborative. What do you think? And it was really freeing. I love working with him. And then finally being able to work with Dave, you know, on Ahsoka, and having him sort of come in, and it's just like, oh my God. It's like, finally, the maker. I get to wear this shirt without any irony. I was directed by Dave Filoni, and I love to wear this to troll him because he hates that, right? So it's fun. I mean, it's as somebody from the outside looking in, from not even from the States, like this is the big leagues, right? And so to be able to play here, it's so overwhelming, but it's so much fun. And it is like when you're building these worlds and working with these great professionals who are at the top of the game, good Lord, what a ride it is and what an experience.
Love it. So
I love
amazing.
you too.
All right, we got time for one more question.
Well, final question.
Hey, this question's for Paul as well. Sorry for all the spotlight, but I think you play a perfect live-action Uncle Iroh. He's fantastic. A lot of fans were really happy to see you do that, and I was wondering if Uncle Iroh got to sit in on a Jedi Council meeting, if there's a particular master that he would line up with philosophically.
Oh.
That is a great question. One I've never actually honestly considered. Iroh is a man who was born of fire, who's been through a lot, who suffered great loss and has journeyed from one end of the spectrum to the next. And to suffer that loss and to see what true happiness comes from, which is deciding what you are, not falling prey to the idea of destiny, of being able to choose who you are. Who would he align with the most in that? I'd say Qui-Gon, but he never made it to the council because it was that kind of outside the box thinking which prevented him from being on the council. I'd say Yoda, but Yoda was blind to the fact that the Sith were operating underneath him because of his own sort of pride, and that created a blind spot for him. Who else on the council would he align most with in terms of that? I mean, that's a tough question. That's good. I'm going to go to bed like tossing and turning tonight going, who, why did you, what's your name? Why would you do this to me? But what do you think? Like, which one of the masters do you think? Mace Windu. Man of action. A little too hot-headed, but I'm sorry. Spot on with Qui-Gon. Not part of the council. Plo Koon.
You know what I love about this is that these kind of questions, this is the kind of stuff we all sit around with each other, asking each other.
Yeah.
Like, as, like, you know, big fans of Star Wars and of all the amazing fandoms that you guys are a part of, we, like, literally sit at Bob's Big Boy in the middle of the night just trying to figure out what color lightsaber different people would have. Yeah. And as a lifelong Star Wars fan and a massive fan of all of you, it is such an honor to have been able to do this. Guys, I love you guys all so much.
Love you guys.
Thank you,
so
everybody.
much.
Let's give everyone a giant round of applause. Giancarlo Esposito, Ming-Na Wen, Emily Swallow, and Paul Sung-Young Lee. Come on.
Yeah, baby.
Now that's a panel. Come on.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. period. And by high tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account, and anything you check off on a map is tracked in the guide as well. It's the perfect system to get to 100%. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons and Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
Grogu, over here. I got something to tell you. Come to me. I want to welcome everyone back. Welcome you back. You're watching live coverage of LA Comic-Con live here on IGN, and we're getting you up close and personal with all the biggest names here, all from the comfort of your very own home. Coming up next, we're talking to someone whose name many of us have been hearing since, I don't know, before you were born, possibly, and whose prolific acting career we've been watching with great interest. Now, Grogu, in your very best Obi-Wan Kenobi voice, I want you to say hello there to Ewan McGregor. Say it. Can you actually say it? Can you talk? Okay, well.
You're welcome.
Hello there. Bloody hell.
That is a lot of people
isn't it?
and a lot of lightsabers.
Wow. Wow. Hello.
I don't know if you can tell, but there's a lot of Star Wars fans here.
Yeah, I've just been stuck behind a black curtain all day. I didn't know that this was all out here, you know. Blue Man Group over there. How's it going? Good? All right.
You have recently returned to the world of Star Wars. What has that been like to go back into it?
Yeah, it's been great. It's been really like a relief almost. You know, it was a long time ago that we made the last prequel in 2003. We shot the last one. So to come back, I guess it was like almost 20 years later. But it felt good. It felt really. I really liked making the series with Deborah Chow, who's just a brilliant director and a great leader of that whole. She directed all of those episodes, and she really understands the world of Star Wars, and she really honed the script. She did all the work on the, working with the writers to sort of hone the series, and I think she did a brilliant job. And it was lovely to work with her, and a great cast, and yeah, it was good. It was good fun.
Did you feel like you were returning to the same character, or did you feel like it was a different character now that it's been years?
Well, yeah, no, it felt like it had to be the same. It felt like the same character, just older and a bit tireder, you know. I don't know where I drew that from, but yeah, no, it very much felt like it had to be him. And I always think of, I mean, when I did the first ones, I must have been like 25 or 6 or something when we started. And the challenge there was to be Alec, to be a young Alec Guinness. And so I always start with Alec. I mean, it's such a lovely job to have, to sit and watch his movies. And that's where I always start. So that's what I did this time. I started watching Alec Guinness I watched all the Star Wars films, all of them. I hadn't necessarily seen all the sequels, so I watched all 9 films, and then I went back to, and then I studied Alex. I got them to put Alec's scenes together for me, just his scenes. And I would watch that and watch that and watch that. And for me, it just has to feel like him when I'm doing a take as Obi-Wan. If it feels a bit like I can imagine Alec in the room, you know, then I'm happy. And if it doesn't, I'll always ask for another go until it. I'm not trying to impersonate him, but just like it has to feel like him a bit, you know.
It's a vibe thing. It's a
Yes,
vibe.
exactly.
Speaking of the original trilogy, your uncle, Dennis Lawson,
Yes.
played Wedge Antilles in
Yes.
those films. When you
Look at the
first got-
size of that thing.
When you first got cast, did you call him up and ask him for advice?
Well, yes, of course. I mean, my uncle is my acting sort of. I mean, he's my hero anyway, and he was an actor. I came from a very small town in Scotland, and it's not really the kind of place you would imagine becoming an actor from, you know. But my uncle had done it. He grew up there, and he went off to become an actor in the theatre and then on television, and then he made his film. Does anyone remember Local Hero? The movie Local Hero? It's fantastic. If you haven't seen it, it's worth a watch. It's a really, really good film. And that was his sort of biggest movie role. And somewhere in the middle of all that mix, he did a few weeks on Star Wars. You know, I think they got... well, George shot the first ones in London, you know, in Elstree, I think. And so all of the London-based actors got cast in little parts and stuff. And so my uncle ended up as Wedge. And he actually survived all the first three movies, you know. I can't remember if they brought him back for the sequel or if they used his voice. I think maybe they shot with him for a day. Yes, of course, I spoke to him about it, and it was an odd one. You might think it would be like a no-brainer, but it wasn't a no-brainer for me at the time. I'd only done 4 or 5, 6 movies, and I was involved in Danny Boyle's. I felt like Danny Boyle's actor. You know, I made Shallow Grave with Danny, and then we made Trainspotting, and then we made, thank you, and then we made a third film called A Life Less Ordinary here in the States. And I felt like more than anything, I was Danny Boyle's actor. That was really like the most important thing to me. I felt like I was part of something new and important, like Shallow Grave left a mark on British cinema, and Trainspotting left a mark on global cinema, and so that was my priority. And I fancied myself as somewhat of a sort of indie, urban, grungy type actor, and I still rather do, I think. But so this was a departure, Star Wars, and also just the idea of it was so massive. You can imagine as a young actor, you know, it had been a long, long time since the last of the original movies. I don't remember what year that was. Someone will know. I mean, somebody must know.
A long time.
83? Okay, so it'd been since 83, and we were in the 90s, weren't they? Late 90s when we were starting to do the prequels. So it's been a long time. So the pressure of that, and yeah. So it was important to speak to Dennis about it. I won't necessarily tell you what he said because it wasn't entirely positive, but anyway. He's at the moment doing one of these in Nashville. He's doing a Comic-Con in Nashville now. So, you know, we're both Comic-Conning around now, Dennis and I, which is nice.
That's nice. Have you done a show together yet?
Yes, we have. We did. We were both in San Francisco together, and we did one in Edinburgh together. And that has been really fun, yeah. It's been nice.
Was the transition from being a Danny Boyle actor to Star Wars, was that huge? Was that weird? Going onto set and it's a whole different kind of production?
I mean, I think as an actor, every job is different from the last. At least they should be. And so they're always different. Every role demands a different part of you, and every role has different sort of technicalities involved. This was the first film like this. Well, this is the only thing like this. So, but it was the first time I'd ever done this much sort of blue screen work, or, you know, acting with things that aren't there. Work, you know, with a tennis ball and a stick, and then, or, you know, that was the first time I'd ever done that kind of work. But I think the responsibility is always the same. You always just have to be believable in that role, in that story, and so everything's always going to feel different. It didn't feel like a different job. I didn't have to be a different actor or anything. No, I don't think so.
You've done a lot of Star Wars now, especially with the show. Is there anything in the Star Wars universe that you would like to do that you haven't done yet?
Obi-Wan Season 2. Yes! Someone booing? Someone booed. Who booed? You don't want it? He doesn't want Season 2. I don't know this guy. I don't know. I think there's definitely, there's a couple of things. I quite like to wear that armor. I was speaking to someone earlier from the Clone Wars. I think that would be something that I'd enjoy. But I was figuring out with someone in the autograph queue today that would mean I'd have to be young. You know, I'd have to be younger. But they can do. No. I'm
This
good.
is a very popular
Okay.
choice.
Maybe I just trim the beard a bit or something. Yeah, we'll be fine. Otherwise, it's like having those. It's the de-aging. It's the dots on your face for 3 months. You know. But I'll do it. I don't care. I think. Yeah. And that way, Hayden and I can really get back together again. Okay, so there's that. So there's definitely that is one idea. And the other one is obviously between the end of the Obi-Wan Kenobi series and when Alec Guinness is Obi-Wan Kenobi, there's got to be another few stories in there. And we're definitely exploring that, I think, would be the word to say.
Exciting.
Yeah. Thanks, man. I'll take you with me when I go and see Disney. Say, he wants me, this guy. Okay, I'm coming back.
So you've been in a lot of movies with big stylistic visions, like Big Fish, Moulin Rouge, Beginners. Lots of fans. What is it like performing in a movie with a very specific stylistic vision versus something more naturalistic?
It's all the same. I always try and find. I think I've always been looking for something that's got a little bit sort of extra, either sort of magical quality or, you know, like with Moulin Rouge, the music and just the sort of romance of it. There's something that really appealed to me, like in the old films that I used to watch when I was a kid. I love it. So I'm always looking for something that's got that little extra quality. But the job is always the same, you know. Like I say, there's a writer that writes something, and that's what we read. That's what the director reads, and that informs us as to what is this? What world are we in? What the sort of nature of the thing, and then so everything is unique, really. So there's some things you approach where you have to learn something, like, I don't know, you have to learn the bagpipes, or you have to learn to unicycle, or you have to learn French or something in order to play this character. And then there's other times where you're playing somebody that's actually lived. You know, you're playing somebody who's real. I've done that a few times. I played Halston, who was a real person. 3 people. Thank you so much. It means a lot to me. Thank you, those 3 people. And in the past, I played Nick Leeson, who was a trader that brought down Bering's Bank. So when you're playing somebody who's actually existed, then you can watch their videos or read their writing or whatever. And that's that. And then other things you just are come straight out of your imagination. So there's different sort of lead up to roles, but at the onset is always the same job, I guess.
That's really interesting. Speaking of unique movies, you played Sebastian J. Cricket in Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio, or you voiced him. I read that the role was smaller before you signed on. Is that true?
I don't know. This is how I think it was just about lockdown when I recorded the song for Pinocchio in a caravan in my garden with a mic during lockdown because we just had to do everything remotely, you know. But when I went in to see Guillermo to do the first, I thought I was just going in for a meeting to meet him, to talk about it. I hadn't been sent the script or anything, so I thought, oh, he must just want to talk to me about it. So I arrived at this sound studio up near where the studios are in Hollywood. And I walked in, and I was in a recording studio, and there was loads of people behind the glass. And Guillermo's like, hey, how you doing? It's nice to see you. He takes me to the lectern where there's the script and the microphone, and he goes, we'll start in your own time. And I made a big mistake, because I didn't tell him. I just thought, okay, I'm just going to do it. But I had no idea. I didn't know who this Jiminy Cricket was. I knew who the old one was, but so I just started to sort of blag my way through it as best I could until I realized that I was going nowhere, and I stopped him and I said, Guillermo, can I speak to you in here? And he came in, I was almost in tears, like I was so embarrassed. And he sat down and I said, Guillermo, I haven't read the script. I don't know what I'm doing, I'm just making it up. And he did a lovely thing. He just sent everyone away for a minute, and he sat down and he told me his version of what he was trying to do. He sort of pitched me the story, told me about how he saw the character, and then I knew what I was doing then. You know, I knew at least who I was trying to play, and then we got on with it. And a lot of what you hear in the film is from that original, you know, day when I'd had like 5 minutes preparation for it, you know. But it was fun. I love him, and I love the films he's made. I've always been a big fan of his work, and so I was so lucky to get to work with him.
It was a beautiful film. So you sang, you just mentioned singing. You sang in this film. You sang in Moulin Rouge. You once played Sky Masterson in Guys and Dolls. Will you do another musical?
I'd love to. I would love to. I just haven't been offered any. I mean, it's not like I haven't wanted to do it. There aren't many around. I mean, there's not many musical movies made. There are some. And I would love it. I tell you what, there was nothing like singing on set of Moulin Rouge. I'll never forget walking through the tango with the dancers going side to side, you know, and with all that angst. And I loved it. I loved doing it. So, yeah, I would hope there will be more. I just don't know. They just haven't come my way yet, but maybe they will.
Fingers crossed. Now that it's out in the universe, hopefully. Yeah. Speaking of singing, you also did Down with Love with Renee Zellweger. Thank you. This question feels very for me at this moment. You mentioned you're a fan of old Hollywood. Are you a big classic movie fan? Is that?
Yes. I mean, I just grew up watching movies, and I love watching. I am a bit nostalgic, I think, so I do love watching older movies. And yeah, definitely loved all those comedies, Rock Hudson, Doris Day, Pillow Talk, all of those. I loved them. I sort of got it. As when I read Down with Love, I knew what it was about. Yeah, I certainly did. And it's nice. Peyton Reed, the director, is still a good friend of mine. And Renee, I see now and again. I'm always happy to see her when I do. And yeah, it was a great experience making that film. It was something really, again, that sort of extra layer of magic on top that I'm always hoping to find.
And you did a big dance number in that. I was wondering, training, I mean, you were kind of talking about this earlier, but training for a big dance number versus training for a fight, is it very different? Is it the same? Are you just kind of following along?
Well, I think the fight rehearsals for the latest Obi-Wan series were really intense. And we went for like a good few months before we started filming. We were working in the fight gym 3 times a week, just for fitness as much as anything else, but also drilling all the moves, all the different, you know, it was really well done. Jojo, our fight coordinator, did a really amazing job at sort of training us. and then slowly learning the choreography for the fights. And then once you start learning the choreography, it does become a bit like learning a dance. It's the same, you know. You have to be in the right place at the right time on the right leg, and you know. So it's similar in a way, yeah. It just doesn't hurt quite as much when you get it wrong in a dance as it does with the lightsaber. Hayden and I will tell you, like in the prequels, our knuckles were like, because we were using metal blades on the lightsabers then. We didn't have, they used the plastic. They're not dissimilar to the ones you have here that we fight with now, and they actually light up now and stuff. And in the prequels, they didn't. We had sort of some alloy blade, and there was a guy on the corner of the set whose job it was to just change the blades after every take. And Hayden and I, particularly Hayden and I, when we fought together, would just bet every take we'd have to have a new sword because we'd bend the blades. We just went at each other really hard. And there's no hilt on these. George Lucas thought we didn't need a hilt in his wisdom. And a hilt stops your knuckles getting wrapped when you get it wrong, but so we didn't have one. We just got sore knuckles all the time, you know. Thank you, George.
What was the biggest technological change between filming the prequels and filming the show?
What was the biggest change?
You mentioned the lightsabers were different. Were there other
Yes,
big...
the biggest change was we used that thing called the volume, which is like a 300-degree wraparound. It's probably about as big as this area here, you know, to where you guys are. It wraps around. It's almost 360, but not quite. And the backgrounds are projected onto it. Well, no, they're not projected on it. They're played on it. And when you point a camera at them and move the camera, it alters the depth of field and stuff in the image. And so when you're acting on that stage, there's no blue screen anymore, no green screen, which I'm not a fan of. I don't know if you've ever read any of my interviews about the prequels, but I wasn't a great fan of the blue screen environment. And this just takes it away. Suddenly, if you're in the desert, well, you feel like you're in the desert. Or if you're in, we had in episode 2 or 3 of the series, we were in this big city with towering skyscrapers and stuff, and it felt, you know, you walk in, you're sort of in that environment already. So that was a massive difference. But everything else was, I mean, well, on the second episode, the second prequel, you know, we used the first ever digital cameras. We shot the first one on film, and the second one, we had these early generation digital cameras with huge cables coming out the back of them into a tent in the corner that sort of hummed, you know. It was so new at the time, and now, of course, we've got digital cameras in our phone. You know, you could shoot Star Wars on that. He's shooting Star Wars on it right now. All right.
In a couple years, it'll be 30 years of train spotting.
There's no need to say that. I mean, okay.
A few years ago, you reunited for T2, but do you all stay in contact? Are you in a text group?
There is a little, because train spotting's used in, it crops up all the time. Political campaigns use the poster for train spotting. There was one recently in Britain when there was the general election that had all the British MPs, all the Conservative MPs on, like with their heads on our shoulders from the poster, you know? And so there's a little email group with all of us on it that we sort of post, you know, we talk to each other about those kind of things. And so we do keep in touch. We did joke when we did T2, because that was 20 years after we made the first one. We did joke about doing a third one in our 70s, you know, when we're all in the sort of geriatric home for ex-drug users, you know, from Scotland. Back on the drugs, it might be.
I mean, the Full Monty just did a TV show, so you could always do a train spotting TV
yes,
show.
there's every opportunity. I hope so. I do love those guys so much, and that film was it was an amazing experience to be in that film, and so we're all bonded together forever, the cast and Danny Boyle, and it's an amazing. I'm very, very proud of that one.
Train spotting, iconic film. To today, very recently, you got a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
I did.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
What was that day like?
Who's the booer? Is it someone I've pissed off in the past?
I think it's like a deep woo.
It's a deep what?
It's a deep woo. Like it's a cheer, but
a woo.
deep.
Oh, it sounds to me like a boo from up here.
Yeah.
Okay. I got a star.
What was that day like?
Oh, it was fun. It was really. I had no idea what to expect from it. To be honest, I didn't really know what it would mean until I saw it on the. They reveal it. The best thing was I had all my family there. I had my kids. I was with my wife Mary, and Esther, my daughter, wasn't able to be there because she was shooting she's acting in a series in Canada at the time, so she wasn't able to be there. But so that was a great shame because other than that, I had all my kids there, and it was a real family day. It was really nice. Yeah, it was nice. And when they revealed it, and you see your name down there, it was like a moment. I went, oh God Almighty, that's a star with my name on it. It was good. It was nice, and I like the idea that it's there. And the best thing is, it's right next to Carrie Fisher's. Yeah.
I was just going to ask about your neighbors, your star neighbors. That's like the perfect star neighbor.
I loved Carrie so much. I met Carrie. We became friends. I was so lucky to know her because I loved her so much. As a child, I was, deeply in love with her. When I was, as a lot of men my age probably in this room will say they were as well. And when I met her, we had, of course, I'd done Star Wars by this time, so we had that in common. And she used to make me laugh. So she was so funny. We co-hosted during the Oscars and stuff. There's people throw parties for a movie to try and we ended up co-hosting stuff at her house, which was just always such a laugh. Yeah, it's a great shame that we lost Carrie. But anyway, I couldn't believe that I was lucky enough to be right next to her on the Walk of Fame. That's nice.
That's incredible. Star Wars history. It's passing. It keeps going. Is the amazing thing, right?
Yeah.
So you've done a lot of motorcycle-based projects, documentaries. What drives you to do this long-term motorcycle travel? What is it?
Just like a glutton for punishment or something. I don't know. I started doing. I've always ridden motorbikes. I love riding motorbikes. And I started doing sort of trips when I finished a movie. It's so intense making a film, and there's so many people around, and also as an actor, all of your sort of decision making as a human being is sort of removed from the equation, So you're told we'll pick you up tomorrow at 6:30 in the morning, and you'll be taken to. You don't have to think about where you're going. You arrive. Somebody's telling you these are the scenes you're going to shoot. Someone asks you what you'd like for your lunch. You don't have to really think about anything other than the job at hand. I suppose that's why. So at the end of it, there's a sort of reintegration into real life when you have to start doing all those things for yourself again. And I thought I started taking motorbike trips. Like the first one I remember was in Australia after Star Wars. No, after Moulin Rouge, or maybe in the middle of Moulin Rouge. Took a long bike trip there. And then after Big Fish in Alabama, I bought myself a Harley Davidson down in Alabama, and I rode it back to LA when we finished. It took me 4 or 5 days, and I thought it was a fantastic way to sort of decompress, And all of my decision making was back on my own shoulders at that point. Like, where do I stop? Where do I get petrol? What do I have to eat? All of those things made me sort of a human being again. And I just stuck with it. And then Charlie and I, my friend, were talking about doing a trip to Spain or something. And from that point I was living in London. And it's great to ride to Spain, that's fine. But I read this book called Jupiter's Travels, written by a guy called Ted Simon. And it changed my life, really, because he rode around the world in 1971 or 72, which is when I was born. But he did it on a Triumph, and it took 4 years to do it. And he wrote this beautiful book, Jupiter's Travels. It's a really lovely book to read. You don't have to be into bikes to read it. It's just a great book about the world. And I started talking to Charlie about that. Why don't we... My ex-wife was brought up in China, and I thought maybe we'll ride to China, from London. And then I was looking at the map going, well, what do we do? What do we do when we get there? Just come back? And so I got a world map. And I was looking at the world map, London, China, and then I just thought if you keep going and you come on this page over here, you come back to London, and it's pretty much a straight line. And so that became our first trip, Long Way Round, which is available on Apple TV Plus or Apple TV, whatever it's called. And that changed our lives because we did that in 2004. We did the whole African continent in 2007. We did the Americas in 2019. And then we just did another one that we just finished this summer, which is our 4th trip, which will be on the television next year, I think.
That's exciting. So tune in. What's the longest one you've? I assume it's the
I think
China.
Long Way Round was the longest. It was over 20,000 miles, and it was like 4.5 months. Yeah, it was amazing. It was amazing. I mean, we went through some pretty amazing places. We rode through Kazakhstan, which is a fantastically different place, you know, from our sort of cultural understanding. And then we crossed Russia, and we crossed Mongolia, and yeah, I loved lots of the first trip. It was brand new to us. We didn't know really what we were doing, but we had a great time.
Do you have a dream trip that you want to do that you haven't done yet?
Have places I'd like to go back to. I'd love to go back to Mongolia. I met my daughter on the first trip in Mongolia. I met her in this place and adopted her, and she's 23 years old now. And I'd love to go back there with her again and explore Mongolia a little bit. I'd love to go back to Alaska. I loved Alaska. I thought that was so cool. The northwestern part of Canada I really liked. There's still lots of places in America that I haven't experienced and explored, and I'd love to do that. I think traveling on a bike is by far one of the greatest ways to get to know anywhere, you know. So yeah, lots more trips to go to, I think.
How do you handle the weather? Is like the first question that comes to my brain.
Yeah, well, you just have to sort of. The riding kit you can buy these days is sort of, you're good to go. You've got you've got vents if it's hot. It's already waterproof. And you can put layers on if it's cold, and you just have to be able to stay dry really on a bike. I mean, if it's too cold, you just have to stop. There's no point riding if you're freezing. It's probably quite dangerous to do. So you'd stop and you'd have a cup of coffee and heat up a bit. It's the wet really. You just have to make sure you've got a really good waterproof layer, and then you're all right.
Speaking of important clothes, what is your favorite costume that you've ever worn in your entire career?
Ooh. Which one? What?
Christopher Robin.
You see, it's not fair to have favorite. I don't have favorites because it just wouldn't be fair to them, you know. I've loved so many. I'm really lucky. I've loved so much of the work I've done. There's very few movies I've made that I didn't enjoy. There's a couple, but there's not many. And so I don't like to single them out, really. If people ask, what's your favorite movie you've been in? I never know what to say. I've loved so many of them. There's films that have been important to me, but in terms of the costume, I mean, Obi-Wan is so iconic. I mean, it's just hard to beat that. When I came back to do the series, you know, it had been, like I say, it had been a long time, almost 20 years. And I went down to do some casting with some of the young actors who were in the series. And they wanted me to read scenes with them. We went to the Mandalorian set on a Sunday when they weren't working, and I went to a dressing room, and there was I don't know if it was my original costume, but it was Obi-Wan's costume hanging up, and it stopped me in my tracks. I was like, oh my God. And I put it on again, and I was like, oh my God, the boots were the same pain in the ass to put on that they used to be and stuff. And but anyway, so that one maybe is the most iconic one I've had to wear. But I've been lucky to love most of the stuff I've done, so I wouldn't like to pick it.
If you don't have a favorite role, what do people recognize you for the most, like when you're walking down the street?
People mostly come up to me with my bike trip now because that's me, you know. And I think people, because that's just me being me, and so people are happy to talk about that in a way where I'm not a character in something. Today it's been robots. Everyone's been talking about robots today. I voiced a character in Rodney Copperbottom, and today that's been the main feature of the day. It's interesting.
That's very exciting. It's like a themed day.
Yeah.
When you prepare for a voice role like Cricket or Transformer, how is that different from when you prepare for something live action?
Well, that's different because you get to do every line generally speaking, the disappointing part about animations is that you tend to do it on your own. Like you go to a studio and it's just you there and the director and the producers, and so you don't often get a chance to actually play the scenes with the other actors, just because of logistics, I guess. But what you do get the chance to is to do that one line over and over and over again until you're all happy with it, you know. Which isn't the same as if you're doing something on a camera. Of course, you do several takes, but you don't you're not honing in to try and make it perfect. And that's what makes it different. That's also, for me, what makes it a bit frustrating, because you end up doing it for a long time, you know. And like over 2 years, you'll come in, because I think you're there doing animation while you're doing the recording, and then they keep getting you to come back to change lines or to change things. So that goes on for a long time. I like to be in and out, you know. I like to do a job and then I'm on the next one, you know. So.
And then you're on your bike.
And then I'm on my bike, yeah.
When you're walking around or when you're signing, taking photos, do you have any like favorite fan interactions?
Do I have any favorite
fan interactions?
Attractions.
When people have interactions.
Oh, interactions. Sorry, I thought you said attractions. I was thinking there aren't any attractions. I love it. I didn't think I was going to like it as much as I do. I really, you know, I didn't do any of this until Anaheim, when the series was released a while back. And I said, okay, I'll do it. I just had never done a convention. I didn't know what I thought it was, but I didn't think I wanted to do that. And then when I did, I said, because we were there anyway, I said, okay, I'll sign some autographs, I'll take some pictures. But I really liked it. It's just nice to meet you all. And I know it's always too short, and it's frustratingly short for us, as it must be for you. But there's these huge queues, and they just try and move everyone through as quickly as they can. But we always try and to share a moment, you know, so at least you've met somebody, and I've always enjoyed meeting you all. So it's puts a face to the people who like films, and I like making them, and you like watching them, and we get to meet each other. It's nice. Yeah. Boo.
Speaking of making films, television shows, we're in LA. I assume there's a lot of aspiring actors out here. Do you have any advice for them?
I don't know. I don't really know. I think the best thing is to do it as much as you can, like work, make films with your friends, we're in a world where there's so much, it's so easy now to be able to do, you know, with like I say, with an iPhone you can make a movie. Right? I think watch stuff. Like, it's amazing how many young actors don't, everyone has their generational references, right? And I appreciate that. And I was born in the 70s, and the movies of the 70s were particularly good. So when I was a child, I got to see amazing movies, and I wanted to watch older ones, and I knew a lot of the older, you know, the actors of the 40s and 50s, the Hollywood stars in Hollywood's heyday, sort of knew who they were, and I loved, like, Jimmy Stewart's one of my favorite actors of all time. I love all his work. I like watching him, and I think as a young actor, you know, you should be as open as you can to it. Watch as much as you can. Watch Laurence Olivier in something. Like, it's sort of not how we do it anymore, but watch it anyway, because that's what was really good then. And Alec Guinness, like the films that Alec Guinness was in. I mean, he was known for Star Wars, but there's like a whole lifetime of amazing work before he put a beige cloak on, I can assure you. And I love watching all that stuff. You know, I think you can learn by watching people that are really good at things. And so trying to act as much as you can in things, on stage, in front of a camera, poetry readings, I don't care what it is. I used to do a lot of music at school. I used to perform. I was a French horn player. I was in the school pipe band. I did poetry readings, anything that put me in front of an audience, just because I wanted to perform, you know, and that was all part of learning about how you do that. And so there's lots of things you can do. But I know it's a frustrating place. LA is quite frustrating because there's a lot of people want to be in the business here, and there's not a great, like in New York, there's so much theater. In London, there's a lot of theater. There's not the same sort of it's not quite the same here. So you sort of have to go up to make it happen yourselves, which you can do. I'm available if you need me. I can help.
Other than Jimmy Stewart, who else is on your list of kind of inspirational actors or favorite films?
Well, yeah, I've got really, some of my favorite films are sort of, do you remember the film Breaking Away? Does anyone remember that with the cyclist, the four mates? They've just finished high school and they don't know what they're doing. They're the son of stonemasons in this town. And is it, what? Cutters, they're cutters. But are they in Minneapolis or Indiana? Oh my God, it was one of my favorites. One of them dreams of being a cyclist, and he pretends he's Italian because all his favorite cyclists are Italian. And he meets this beautiful college girl he's not a college kid, he's a cutter. You know, he's a working class boy in this college town. And he meets this beautiful student girl, and he pretends he's Italian because there's no way that she would speak to him if she knew he was a cutter. And oh my God, it's a beautiful film. That was one of my favorite films growing up. But I also love, you know, I loved all the old, I loved The Great Escape, and I loved the film, like I love The Getaway, Steve McQueen. I love those 70s movies. The 70s movies are pretty, everyone references 70s movies because they were so good, you know.
What do you think has been kind of what are the biggest changes that you've seen in the industry as an actor?
I mean, at the moment, it's all over the place. I don't know, because we had the streaming platforms come in, and then so everyone's making TV series and not making movies, and then because everyone's got the streaming services in their homes, less and less people are going to the cinema, so nobody knows how to gauge anything anymore, you know. It used to be, like I read this morning, there's an article about a big movie that's just opened. They were talking about its terrible opening weekend. And I was thinking, what is an opening weekend anymore? You know, there isn't such a thing, because people generally aren't going to the cinema so much anymore. So I think it's a massive change at the moment, but I think that's just par for the course. Things change all the time. And out of it will come something better. It's nice to be able to have access to everything that's ever been made on your remote control. I mean, that's pretty amazing to be able to do that. You can all go home and watch Breaking Away tonight, for instance. And yeah, so I think it's in a big flux at the moment, but the job is, the game is the same, you know. We're still trying to make people feel things, and we're trying to make people think about things in order to make things change, or to make people happy, or make people realize that something bad is going on that maybe they hadn't thought about before. That's our job as entertainers and as artists, and I'm very glad to be one of them. You know, I feel it's a great privilege, and I'm lucky, and I thank my lucky stars every day.
You talked earlier about kind of finding that extra something in projects when you sign on. How do you notice, like, when you're reading a script, how do you pull that out? Like, this is special.
It's just your gut. It's my gut instinct. I've got no idea. I mean, I don't know. I think it's just you're reading it, and if you get that feeling like you're reading a good book and you don't want the book to end, that's what I'm looking for when I read a script. And I start seeing myself in the role, if I can start imagining me in this role, that's always a good sign. But it's difficult to know. I mean, you can't always be right, and you just have to follow your instincts at the end of the day.
That is really interesting. And jumping back to Star Wars, we were talking a little about kind of the family of Star Wars is growing, right? There are new shows, there are new actors joining into this world. You were talking about being at Star Wars Celebration a couple years ago. When you meet new actors who are joining, like, what's your advice for people who are kind of joining? Because it's big. I mean, this is pretty huge,
yeah.
Right? What's your advice for people stepping into that?
I don't have any. I don't think it's anyone's place to give advice, especially to actors. Actors come at this from all different walks of life and all different ways, and some people like to have a method, and other people go on their instincts, and everyone's coming at it from a different place. But at the end of the day, we all have the same responsibility. Me and Vivian, you know, in the series, you know, I'm in my 50s, and Vivian's just a kid. But yeah, we both have the same responsibility to be believable in these roles and to tell the story that the writer once told using our characters. And that's it. That's all, you know, it's not for me to tell her, give her advice, because she doesn't need it. She didn't need any. She could have given me some advice, I think, probably. But yeah, I don't have any advice, really. It's lovely being in. It's amazing to come into a big family like Star Wars and be part of something massive like this, to be part of something that means so much to people. That is an amazing thing, you know. And I think sometimes there can be a pressure of, because some of the characters have existed as cartoons, or they've existed in other ways, in books or something. But you know, yeah, you just have to trust yourself and inhabit that character. Do be them. You know, I don't know. I don't have any advice really.
And as we wrap up today, do you have a favorite Star Wars memory? Big question.
My favorite memory, I don't know if I get in trouble telling it though. My favorite memory is at the end of episode 3. What was the last one called? The something Sith, Revenge of the Sith? At the end of Revenge of the... I'm just terrified I get it wrong, so I thought I'd best... I knew you'd know it. Do you know at the end when I arrive with the baby, with Luke, to Uncle Owen and Aunt Peru? So when I did that, we were in Australia, shooting in Australia in the studios, Fox Studios. And Charlie and Russ and Dave, the producers on the Long Way shows, had come to Australia because we were going to do our first one after Star Wars, like a year later or something. And we thought, why don't we shoot a little promo? So we rented a couple of Yamaha Teneres there in Australia, and we spent a weekend, probably wasn't allowed to, but we spent a weekend like riding these bikes around, and we went off-road, and we did a bit of camping and stuff, and we shot, you know, it. So they were there doing that. And the day they arrived, or the next day, I was shooting that end scene. So I said, guys, this is the end. I'm giving Luke Skywalker to Uncle Owen and Aunt Peru. So you should come and watch. And they were like, oh, right. Yeah, we'll come. So I went down. They were down there. They went down before me. I came down. And now in the movie, I ride up on a Eope, I think it's called. I ride up, and I have to get off the horse, the Eope, and I have to walk over, and I give the, I think it's Uncle Owen's over there. I give the baby to Aunt Peru here. And Owen comes over, and we all look at the baby for a minute, and then I walk off, and I get on my Eope, and I ride away. So that was the scene. So I came down, and all my mates, Charlie and the boys, are sitting over here. It's an entirely blue set with a blue curtain all the way around, and there's a blue disc, which is a little hilltop here. And here, where we are, is a gym horse that's painted blue. It's a gym horse. It doesn't move, it's just a gym horse. That's all it is. So I have to someone helps me on it, and I'm on this, I'm on this gym horse like this, with a plastic baby like that. And George is over here and goes, action! And I have to go like this. That's the Eope walking, but it's not moving. I'm just pretending. It's like this. And then I think, that's probably far enough. So I stop it. Oh. And I know my mates are over there going. So I get off, and I jump down, and I walk over with the baby, and I pass the baby over, and Uncle Owen comes over. And I'm looking at them, and we all look at each other, and I think, that's good. And as I walk away, I hear George shouting, look at the moons! Look at the moons! And nobody knows where the moons are, right? So we're all going like this. Everyone's looking at a different moon, you know. Suddenly there's 8 of them. And then I go back and I think, okay, now there's no one to help me get on the horse, because it's... So I go back over and I'm like, well, I have to go this way because I'm going that way now, right? So I have to go, and I get up and I give him a wee look, and then I walk off like that. So that's my favorite bit.
That is an incredible story, and you have been an incredible guest. Everyone, please put your hands together for the amazing Ewan McGregor. And thank you all for coming.
You're just fantastic. I've loved speaking to you, and I'll see you, the guys, tomorrow that I'll see tomorrow. And good night, LA. Cheers.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN Maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today. Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion. IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
Dang. It's a kick in the glass, right? Now, I'm currently here on the SDSA set, inspired by Fallout, and it's just one of the many cool things you'll see here at LA Comic-Con. Now, coming up next, someone who's right at home at a convention, believe it or not. Now, she's been a regular in Sin City and Hell's Kitchen. Now, she's voiced both Wonder Woman and Batgirl, hung around with Jay and Silent Bob, and even written a graphic novel. That's right, most recently, though, she's become the live-action face of one of Star Wars' most beloved, and I mean beloved, animated characters. Now, hopefully you've guessed by now. If you haven't, what's wrong with you? Of course I'm talking about Rosario Dawson. Surprise?
All right, so please put your hands together for the one and only Rosario Dawson.
Was trying to take a selfie backstage. Sorry, missed it. Hey, everyone, you're taking a selfie with me? Hi. We're like Lily. I feel like Lily Tomlin a little bit. We're like the big kids in the little chair. Big. I love you too. But it was opposite. What's up? This is the way. This is the way. Hi. Very cool.
So how are you doing today?
I am very well. How are you?
I am doing well. I mean, any day at Comic-Con's an exciting day, right?
Very much so. Very much so. How y'all feeling? I was going to say besides cold. Unless you've got a dope costume out and you're warm.
I see some Ahsokas out there. So we're here at Comic-Con. We have a lot of your fans out here. When you walk around in the world, what do you get recognized for the most?
It kind of depends on where I am, but I definitely here I would have to say probably Ahsoka, Becky, Abernathy, Gale. Sometimes people say some inappropriate things. You know, it's like there's kids here, so you kind of be careful with some of those Clerks quotes. But yeah, it's been really cool. Mimi for forever. I love my Mimis. I think one of my favorite things about that is when I meet other people who've played in, different performances of it, because the community of Rent is really special.
Yeah, Rent heads, right?
Love me a Rent head.
So I see all these Ahsokas out there. I see a lot of Star Wars cosplay. Amazing, by the way.
Not easy.
Not easy. I mean, you would know. Yes. Your road to Star Wars, your road to Ahsoka started from a piece of fan art.
Yes, Lost Logic.
When you first saw that piece of fan art, what did you feel?
I felt powerful. It was such an incredible image and so strong, and it was so beautiful to see her at that stage of her life. That's what I think got me so excited, was the possibility of that story continuing. And I think that's what got me so moved when we first got dressed in what her new costume was going to be that Shauna had created, because it wasn't cosplay, it was a new adventure. And that just was really exciting, because #Ahsoka lives. Hey!
And when you first put on the new costume, what did you feel like then?
Like I might lose the job because I was doing like jumping jacks. And I could see there was a moment where like John and Dave were looking at me like, did we make the wrong choice? Is she too excited? Like, you know what I mean? So I had to try to keep it in. But I think it wasn't until I really also put the contacts in that it felt like I was definitely her, which felt really cool. Because you could see the difference. People like looking at me and being really excited, and they were kind of more taking in the costume and the whole look. But when the eyes were in, they were all like, it just gives a gravitas.
That's really incredible. What was your favorite part of the entire Star Wars experience for you?
Being in it. I remember I met our Princess Leia, our Carrie Fisher, at a con in Chicago, and seeing how the fans were with her. And, and I'd done some readings and things with Mark Hamill, and I get excited, obviously, when he does the Joker giggle and everything, but for real, it's just to be able to use the Force and be in this space where I can say, may the Force be with you legitimately, officially. Like, I remember watching the Mandalorian episode with my mom, and I say it at the end, and my mom literally just, like, did the slow head turn from the screen to my face, and just, like, tears in her eyes. Like, she was a teenage mom. She, like, did that. She, like, made it happen. I was now officially, telling her that the Force was strong with her. And I literally just took a picture of my grandson next to an R2-D2 and a C-3PO with this whole sticker thing that was on this whole mural wall that said the Force is strong with this one. And I was like, it's coming full circle, guys. It's beautiful.
That is so beautiful. So, I mean, you just mentioned voice acting, right? So when you're preparing for a voice role, how do you prepare? And is it like wildly different from preparing for live action?
Yeah, I don't have to put any makeup on. I don't have to get up as early. That's awesome. And I get to usually play video games and things like that to really get into it. No, I really love it because, you get to kind of keep playing with it and experimenting with it and coming back to it, like working on Lego Batman. We shot, that was done over a couple years, so it keeps getting tweaked and you get to see the animation kind of develop, which was really cool. I just did a voice on the new Terminator, which is awesome, and you should totally check out if you haven't yet. And that felt so special to be a part of a franchise that I remember watching with my parents over, dinner and kind of contemplating, logistically, would it really make sense to be able to go back in time and how you would do it differently and all of these different things, and now to be a part of it and these different ways. I have been a part of these different Marvel shows in live action, but to do the voice of Wonder Woman, to do the voice of Lego Batgirl, to do the voice of, I did in a podcast, I did the voice of Catwoman. I get to do these really iconic characters in the DC space with my voice. And being that Tim Curry is my favorite actor forever, for all time. And his career and people like him and, our wonderful James Earl Jones, who just passed. Voice acting was just always something I was always very compelled by. I mean, I'm looking at your Snoopy shirt right now, and it's just animation, cartoons, the funnies. My uncle was a comic book artist. I just have always loved storytelling in all the different ways, and I'm just so grateful that I get to do it on screen and behind the screen, for sure.
That's really amazing. Yeah. You mentioned, yes, great answer.
Yeah, guys, it's okay.
You mentioned playing superheroes, and you mentioned being on the Netflix shows. Everybody loved
And
you.
coffee, yep.
Yes. Everybody loved you as Claire in Daredevil. Do you prefer to be the superhero or to be the woman on the street?
That sounds a little like off the way you put that.
I didn't mean it that way.
And there's nothing wrong with that. I think I think one of my favorite things about playing Claire was how many nurses and people in the health fields contacted me. There's a guy, Josh Cruz, who I became friends with, who's a great collector. He's a nurse. He's a night nurse specifically. And, I met him actually through a contest that we had so he could come to the top 5 premiere, and we stayed close. And he constantly is always sending me different stuff from the characters that I've played and things. But I just remember how much it meant to him to have that sort of character so uplifted and in so many of the different shows, and showing how heroic and necessary her contribution was, not only to keeping these other heroes safe, but just in general, her life mission to take care of people. And I think that's what I loved so much about the street level characters and all of those shows, as fantastical and fun as it can get with these characters who are the aliens and super superior in all these different gifted ways. It's really wonderful and remarkable to imagine someone just taking it upon themselves to help someone else who is also just as vulnerable as that other person, who's just used discipline and pushed themselves to a measure of excellence because of just a righteous feeling for justice. And I think that we have lots of those heroes every day. They run into burning buildings. They go and protect people. They rescue and they do emergency surgeries on them. I think it's just really beautiful that we get to sometimes with these stories that are very fantastical also highlight that we live among heroes and we all have that opportunity to show up for each other in a powerful way.
That's really incredible. One more.
Go team!
Yes, go team. One more question before we turn it over to fan questions, so start thinking of your questions. Josie and the Pussycats has had this huge resurgence. What has it been like to have a new generation rediscover that film?
I mean, du jour means family, right? So I just love, I have songs from that movie going through my head all the time. I was saying I had gotten a flat tire that I was changing by myself. And everybody tried to help, and I was like, no, I got this. And I was like, spin around, as I was taking off the lug nuts. It's just, I get really, that I think it was such a special time doing that film because it was still when we had privacy. We didn't all have a lot of cell phones or any of that stuff. We were on location filming in Vancouver. And we just had such an amazing time, and it's with so many incredible people that I'm still very close with. And I love people really getting it because I think it was ahead of its time, and it's still, when you watch it, it's a really good film, and the music is really awesome. And I think they did, Deb and Harry did such a brilliant job, making that film be something that could be really timeless. And that's great because those characters, that's why we keep revisiting them, is because there is a timelessness to them. And I'm glad that the movie still holds, because there are some films from that genre, that era, that don't stand up to such scrutiny. And I just watched it again recently, and I'm like, this movie slaps. It's really good, and it has a lot of really good messages in it. And I think it's really beautiful. So I'm really glad. I'm not surprised it's connecting with people, because I think it had some really important things to say about our capitalism and propaganda and messaging. And in an era right now with AI proliferating and misinformation and disinformation and deep fakes and all that kind of stuff, there's still a really vital message to that film that I'm glad resonates with people and that they're still getting.
That's amazing. All right, so let's see if we have any fan questions. Yes.
Hi.
Hi, so my name is Steven. This is a full circle moment from you. I saw you in my hometown, San Jose, California, 10 years ago when you were accepting the Cinequist Maverick Award. What does it mean for you to be an innovator?
Oh, wow. Thank you. I don't know. It's such a funny thing. When I put labels on myself, it's usually ADHD and chronically late and deep sleeper and muncher. You know what I mean? But I love that innovating. My family is really tenacious. I grew up in an abandoned building. I watched my mom have to learn how to do plumbing and electrical. My dad did construction. and they were all also artists and like, just so multifaceted as people. And I love that people, I love the creativity of human beings, and innovating is just that thing. Like, I just think that we have so much inspiration in us if we allow ourselves. And I think what I get sad is that I feel like we don't have as much time to do that because we're always so stimulated with cell phones and media and things all the time. And we don't have that quiet time. I used to remember how much I loved, in my summers and how bored you could feel, but like how much that triggered and inspired us to create and and do things. And so I'm glad that I still have that innately in me, but I know that's where I came from, and I hope to, in whatever things I innovate or do, that inspires other people to figure out what's their secret sauce, what's their magic that they can bring.
Thank you so much for your question. How about this Ahsoka up here?
Thank you so much for all the passion and care you put into your projects. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked the Ahsoka panel from last Comic-Con. Whether it's the animated Rebels or Clone Wars or live action, what scene or event captures the essence of Ahsoka Tano, your character?
It's a big question.
That's big, yeah. You know what I really love, actually, and not in that, and I think in the news stories that they sort of put out, and seeing just how hardcore Anakin was with Ahsoka and her training, to the point of her actually literally being knocked unconscious and then like waiting for her to stir so he could sick some more like violence on her to combat. And I think of that dynamic of their relationship and all the different moments that it peaks up and the highs and the lows. And just sort of that idea of leadership and showing up and pushing yourself beyond your own personal limits. Because what you see from like the flashbacks of now seeing her as a little baby and seeing her with her parents and how force sensitive she was since she was a child, it's like, I think we can get really little lazy when we have an innate talent towards something and we don't push ourselves. And I think that's what I really admire about her, and I really admire about the tenacity of so many of the characters within the Star Wars universe, is it's never a one-time decision. It's an every single day, every single confrontation, every single challenge, that provokes in them how they show up. And so it's a daily, moment-to-moment choice. And so that's what I think. That shows up everywhere in it, but I particularly love it in her relationship with him and how they never just are satisfied with how good they were before. It's always pushing themselves to a level of excellence, because you just never know, as a proper real samurai or whatever, right? Like, that next battle could be your last. And if you're fighting the fight for a good reason, you want to make sure you're giving it your all.
Thank you so much for your question. This young person right here.
I kind of have to, because she's so like, she's like the Statue of Liberty back there, so we got to figure it out. Yeah.
As a young theater kid, what is some advice that you could give us?
A young theater kid? Oh my goodness. Protect your voice. That's really key. But I just take it all in. Like, I would watch as much stuff as possible. When people want to write, the most important thing for them to do is read. And I think going and seeing as many shows as possible, and not just being satisfied with seeing it the one time, but watching it at the lunch, I'm saying lunch one, the midday one, matinee, watching the matinee one, watching the night one, like watching it multiple times, seeing how it shifts, how it changes, how you never get super married to one way of doing the performance, but that it shifts and changes, even with the weather and the energy and the crowd. And like, you find other moments of humor, and I just think it's really fun. I think putting yourself out there as much as possible, getting past that point where like you mess up, you miss a cue, you miss a line, you miss whatever, and you see how it doesn't break you. It actually makes the rest of the performance actually quite exhilarating, because you're like, I fell on my face, and only the people on this side of the stage noticed. And so I'm going to keep going, and it's fun. So I think that would be the thing I would say, is just keep absorbing it, taking it in, and practicing and watching, and celebrating it because it's one of the funnest, most great communities you could be a part of. I love it. So congratulations, that would be awesome. I hope I get to see you someday on this stage.
Thank you so much for your question. Were we able to, the Ahsoka in the back?
Yeah, go for it. I have to say the gray. It was a test, and I passed.
I think we have time for one more question.
Sorry, I'm long-winded.
Oh, sorry. Were we able to?
Okay, throw out a question since you're right
yes.
there. Puerto Rican, yes.
Hi. So growing up, we didn't have a lot of like people that looked like us on screen, but like seeing you as Mimi and seeing you as Ahsoka, it's so important to have that. Who was someone for you growing up? Did you have anybody that you like really looked up to that like that looks like me? I want to, you know.
I mean, I love me some Rita Romero, Rita, because I think Moreno, because I think, she was in a movie where there was a lot of Latin characters who weren't played by Latin people, and I think there's a really cool series that John Leguizamo just put together, really talking about the contributions of Latinos in our history and our culture, and I get really like moved by that, I'm a big Trekkie. And we would not have Star Trek if it wasn't for Desilu Productions, because the first pilot was rejected, and they brought it, and Lucille Ball said, yeah, let's reshoot it again in our studios. And I remember I was sitting in my godson's class, because I'm that annoying person, and I sat in on 4 of his classes, audited his classes in college, and was like answering questions and like asking questions. And I'll never forget, he was in his media class, and they were just going through history of television and media. And like, it was a whole chunk of history was like one slide in black and white. And the professor's like 10 years younger than me, I get it. And they kind of like moved on. I was like, can we please go back? So Desilu Productions is the reason why we have reruns, because Lucille Ball got pregnant and they needed to rerun old episodes, and they thought that was a crazy idea because who would want to watch an episode that had already aired? And like the first time they used 3 cameras to film something, it was just such a, there's such incredible contributions that, have been there for so many years, and it's been all kinds of folks, so for me, like specifically in the music space, someone like La Lupe was just absolutely, because as a Cuban woman as well, was like so pivotal to me, and seeing her being interviewed and out there and so vivacious in this energy that you could see they didn't know what to do with. They'd never had anyone like that on camera. And if you do not know La Lupe, please look up Fever and listen to her music. She was a character. And she'd be kicking off her shoes, her jewelry. She'd be getting undressed on. Do you understand how insane that was back then? And it was too much, And unfortunately, because there wasn't so much room for us in those spaces, people like her, Nina Simone, they died without very much. They contributed so much to the culture, but they weren't taken care of in their older age. And so I just definitely say, I want to just, as we're ending this, I want to say thank you, because it's fans like you that are supporting. It's wonderful to get it for someone like me, and who's been in this industry for 30 years, and to feel like I can still, it's awesome when it's some bigger characters, but sometimes y'all come with these like little things that I did that I don't think anyone remembers anymore, and it just is so meaningful. And I can tell for so many folks who've been doing this for so long and maybe not working as much, but seeing your excitement to see them for the work that they did contribute means so much to them. You're really taking care of an entire artistry that I wonder, with the advent of AI and what's happening, is going to be as prominent in the future, but I think it will because of people like you. So I look forward to, even as we were talking about theater, I think more and more and more as AI and things continue to grow up, it's going to be even more special to see live human performance and talent So keep honing that. Don't get discouraged no matter what you're seeing sort of being developed, because I think there's always going to be room for that. I saw something online that really moved me and said, seeing AI art made me believe in a soul.
Wow.
Because it's really different, like, to see something that doesn't necessarily have that human inspiration behind it. So, and it's not to say, I know a lot of artists who use it in the right ways, but I know that there's a push to kind of replace people, specifically like seeing voice actors and stuff, and that's some of my favorite things to do. And I just refuse. There's a place for it. James Earl Jones gave his voice to be able to be used forever so that we could always have Darth Vader's voice be Darth Vader's voice. There's a place for it, but we can't let it replace people. And so thank you for not letting that happen, because I know you won't.
And I think we had one last question. Oh.
Yeah, so for individuals who are disabled, how did you get involved with Hollywood? What motivates you yourself to continue in helping and advocating for the disabled community?
Wow. You know, I grew up in the Lower East Side of Manhattan, and I actually lived, the building nearby me had a whole deaf community in it, so I've actually been starting to learn some sign. But like I've just always been, I don't know why, I've been very curious as to how we are not more inviting and inclusive of people. I just saw Frida Kahlo's house yesterday. I was in Mexico City just yesterday. And to see her art and her home and where she designed and created was so moving, literally brought me to tears multiple times. But she was bedridden most of her life. She was working out of a wheelchair. And when I think about how many spaces that I traveled to while I was in Mexico City that she couldn't have access to because it wasn't designed for her, she's literally one of the greatest icons of creation and like artistry ever. And the world was still so not made for her. And I just think that's so wrong. And I'm grateful for her visibility, because it continues to shine a light on just how necessary it is to see the humanity of all kinds of people, especially and including our disabled community. So, I don't know. I know a lot of people who are very differently abled and who became differently abled as their life because of illness or accident or whatever. And I recognize that all of us, as blessed as we are in whatever ways that we came into this world, always have the capacity to be and inhabit a different experience at any moment. And we should not look at anyone else who's in that experience as lesser than or other, because we're all in this shared community together, and I think it's important that we constantly bring attention to that.
Thank you so much. You have been full of amazing, incredible answers today, and you've been such a wonderful guest. Everyone, please put your hands together for the amazing Rosario Dawson. All right. Bye.
I'm like not leaving. I'm just like, this was so great.
It's
What are
too
you guys
fun.
doing next? No.
Oh, and I think there's going to be a photograph of some sort.
Want the ultimate IGN experience? Check out IGN Plus. Members get exclusive deals and giveaways, ad-free browsing, unlimited tracking on IGN Maps, discounts at the IGN store and with IGN partners, and best of all, free games. Get 30 days of IGN Plus for just $1. Head to plus.ign.com.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection of the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons and Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
IGN has the most thorough, easy-to-use, and high-tech maps out there. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing today.
Thanks for the ride, Sweet Tooth. Hello again. Now, if you're just joining us, we're bringing you live coverage here at LA Comic-Con right here on IGN. Now, you know, comics and video games have a lot in common. They're both extremely versatile mediums popularized by colorful, immersive, larger-than-life adventures, and despite being vilified and having a juvenile reputation, they have since grown to be two of the most ubiquitous forms of entertainment of the 21st century. Oh, and they're both here at LA Comic-Con, baby. Now, we've got a block of gaming-related panels coming up next, starting with a Q&A with one of the most prolific performers in games, Troy Baker. Seriously, Sweet Tooth, can you open up the door, man? It's getting hot in here.
Hi, everybody. My name's Claire. Hi, nice to meet you. Hi. My one fan. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Are you ready for this next panel? Yeah? Do we have any Troy Baker fans in the house? Do me a favor, as soon as I introduce him, I want you to just whoop and cheer and make the loudest noise. I want the back of the hall to hear us. Can you do that? Okay, are you ready? Please welcome to the stage, it's the wonderful Troy Baker! Louder, let's go! Keep it going.
No, for the next hour. Like, don't stop. Yep. We'll wait. We'll wait. Peely! I have been looking for you. Can we sit down?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I want to know, show of hands, if you didn't go home, you just stayed here last night. Okay, great. Good for you. See, Kel, we're praying for you.
Someone's hand just went.
Just kind of up, you know, in a minute. We got a guy far. This is what I like to do the first time I sit down at a, at a panel.
What's your process?
I just want to take them all in for a second.
Okay.
We got some people that were like, I'm dipping my toe into this water. This is your first con ever. Show of hands. Okay, okay. Go. Look around you. I want you to find the weirdest, craziest person. That's you next year. You get one free pass. And then the next one, you're like, who's ever been to the Ren Fair? Ever been to the Ren Fair? All right.
Yep.
So they strategically place the alcohol in that fair. So you walk in, you get your ticket, you get you know what? Of course, it's 10 o'clock in the morning, but we'll have a little bit of mead just to be on brand. And so you get that first drink, and all you've had is a donut. And it's hot because it's August in LA. And then next thing you know, you're like, all right, I'll buy a shirt. I walked out looking like I was Johnny Depp's stunt double from Pirates. It was insane. My walk was different. My talk was different. What is your name? Your name? Hi, Hillary.
Hillary.
Thank you very much for Hillary. I'm going to be the worst part of her day today. I really do appreciate you. Thank you very much. So anyway. That's me. Happy Sunday, guys. I don't know why you guys are here at 11 o'clock in the morning.
Happy Sunday.
Woof. Happy Sunday.
So did you make a character for your Ren Fair kind of vibe?
I was absolutely a spice merchant.
Oh, okay. Did you have a name?
Maybe.
What would your spice merchant?
Well, the problem is that I chose a name. Number one, acting choice.
Okay.
Or acting advice. Make sustainable choices. Because I made a choice that I thought was like, oh, this is wonderful, and it's alliterative, and this is creative. I don't remember what it was. I'm vamping until I can maybe come up in my mind. But I do remember this. As we progressed throughout the fair and as I progressed in my level of drunkenness, my name just became a bunch of consonants. His cousin. I don't know if I. How do you even sign that? That's perfect.
Yeah.
You have to add some physicality
And
to it.
coincidentally, a great Johnny Depp impression.
Wonderful Johnny Depp impersonation.
A brilliant Johnny Depp impression. I kind of like I always like to call characters really crap, boring names like Kevin. Just Kevin, the spice merchant.
Gary is always one of my
Gary.
go-to. Are there any Garys in the audience? Okay, good.
Oh,
Gary's.
is there any Kevins? I'm sorry if I offended any Kevins.
That's because you're from the UK.
Yes.
Kev, is a real Kevin.
Oh, what, Kevin, mate?
Yeah, Kevin. But don't be a Kev right now, man.
Oh, Gavin.
You know, Gavin's a different one. I know a bunch of Gavins. Gavin's always the guy that's like, hurry up, Gavin. Come on. We're not going to wait all day.
So what's a common name in America then? I always thought it was like Brad.
Brad is a good Brett right now. Chad. Chad would probably be our Kevin. Wouldn't you agree? If there's any Chads in here, we love you. It's not your fault. It's your parents.
Okay, so Chad.
Going back to Johnny Depp. Okay. I think about this. When Johnny Depp did Pirates, Johnny Depp was not Johnny Depp. He was Johnny Depp. He was the person that you remembered from The Thing, but he had just come off of Ninth Gate. Who saw that movie? 3, exactly. And this is what I love. Can I tell an inside baseball? I had a meeting with Disney this week, nothing specific, and talking to their casting person, he goes, when Avengers came out, Robert Downey Jr. was down and out. He's in actor jail. Chris Hemsworth had just come off of Australian Dancing with the Stars, and Tom Hiddleston was doing a show in the West End. This was a time when we didn't necessarily love the actor, but we fell in love with the character. And that's what I want to see us come. And that's honestly what I love. Look at me segueing back into what we should be talking about. This is what I love about what I do. There's so many people. My favorite thing for someone to say is when they come up, they go, I had no idea that was you. That means that I did my job as an actor and I put the character first, and hopefully I hid behind it well enough that you didn't even know it was me. All you saw was this character. And I think we're coming back to a time where TV and film is going to start doing that, where it's not, oh, we got the guy from The Thing, but we got this new actor. We found this new character. And I say that to my own detriment. I've had a hell of a run. And if it stops tomorrow, I've got nothing but gratitude. But I want for the next role to be someone from here, someone you've never heard of before. Yeah. Or me and you had no idea that it was me. That's what I want. And we're off and running.
Love it. Totally professional, darling.
Yes,
Love it.
completely,
Loving
absolutely.
Your work, Troy.
Yes,
Loving
thank you
your work.
so very much. Yeah.
You know, you saying that, I hope that happens because I think, for me anyway, we entered a time where all I was being told was, you need more followers, you need more this, you need, like, it was all numerical or fan base, you know, you need to have a huge fan base. But there's so many people out here with different talents.
Okay, what's the number one thing that you think drives making art? Anybody out here? Number one, shout it out. Number one thing that makes people passion, okay?
Yes.
Passion. What is the largest hurdle to making art? Money.
Time.
God, you're a star student.
Totally.
That's not a plant, by the way.
All my stickers, A+, A+.
Passion is the number one thing that makes us make art. Money is the thing that keeps us from making art. For all of the artists that we respect, the things that we respect for them are their talent, their vision, their creativity, their voice. The ones that we don't respect, we say they're just in it for the money. If every conversation that we're having about making art is how we can better monetize it, capitalize on it, we're not talking about making art. We're talking about business, and that's okay. But there's a conversation that's happening right now that's specific to this, and the only thing that is driving the argument is money. If you want to get into this to do the money, dude, there are a million other ways that you should make money. Yeah. If you want to make art, suck it up, Buttercup. It's not about the money. Yeah. Because there will be times when you make none. And then there will be times when you make a lot of it. And you better be able to manage both of those equally. And with both equanimity and passion in art, but not about the money.
Yeah. Papa Troy has spoken.
Woof.
You're right.
Woof.
You're right, though.
This industry owes me absolutely nothing. I'm not owed, deserved, should get any of it. On paper, I am the least qualified person to be on this stage. The only reason why you're sat there is because something that I was in, something that I did, moved you, and that's it. That's the only reason. You have no financial gain for being here. You get nothing off of being here other than maybe something that I say today moves you as well. That's it. That is why we participate in art. That is why we make art. That is why we appreciate art. It's because it moves us, period. Stop making it about the money, please.
But regardless of social media and modern times,
yes,
human beings will always be storytellers.
Always.
And that's why we're here. That's why you guys are here, because you've enjoyed Troy's work as a storyteller and it's connected with you somehow.
Yes.
And that's why we're sitting. It's like, and this is almost like a campfire. We're telling stories.
Absolutely.
Again. So when people say things like, you need more of this and more of that, the business side, fine. But we're human.
You know what you need more of? Mistakes.
Yes.
That's what you need more of. That's all that you are lacking is mistakes. And the reason why mistakes will be your highest commodity is because that means that you tried something. My successes have taught me absolutely nothing, but my mistakes have been my greatest teachers.
Oh, yes. God, I'm thinking about some of mine now, which takes me to my next question.
Okay.
Love a segue. Love a segue. Thank you, Troy. Decisions from your past that changed your future. I wanted to ask you that question because I ask it on my podcast, Hot Pod Time Machine.
Good plug.
Thanks, guys. Available on YouTube now. Thanks. And so we talked about this yesterday in the green room. And a decision, I mean, we make a myriad of decisions every day. But is there one that you can think of that really changed your future somehow?
The one that comes to mind is so funny because if we had done this yesterday, it would have been a different answer.
Of course.
Okay, so I'm going to be as brief as I can. It's not going to be about work, but it will dovetail into that. So you guys, are you here for the ride? Can you buckle in for the, okay, cool. I had a friend. Have you ever had a breakup with a friend? Okay. You can break up with a partner fairly easily in comparison to breaking up with a friend because social normatives say that you should probably only have one of those. And you can have as many friends as you can possibly carry. It's like, it's like your inventory in an RPG. A good one has limits, but a bad one just like, I don't know, just keep throwing them in there. You have 1,000 arrows. Why not? So I had a point in my life where, in 2016, where there was someone in my life that, I introduced as my brother. And I finally realized, this is not a healthy relationship, and I have to draw a boundary, and I have to end it. And so I excommunicated this person from my life in a loving way, and I was very clear. I said, just want you to know, I think this friendship has run its course, and there's enough between the two of us where I don't want to be your friend anymore, and we can't do this anymore. This person laid into me, how dare you, who do you think you are, everything else. And I was like, I have to close the door. Hopefully one day we can reconcile, but at this point, this is what I have to turn around, I have to walk away. I had never done that before. What I didn't realize is that this person was kind of the linchpin to my entire community. And tacitly, I had drawn a line in the sand that says, are you team me or team him? And what's funny is the unthinkable happened. They chose him. Because I had a large social cost. So I was the less expensive choice, or he was the less expensive choice. I was a more valuable choice. So all of a sudden I found myself in a complete upheaval socially, and it brought a lot of pain, but it also brought a lot of opportunity for me to work on who I was as a person, to relitigate my past, to look back at other relationships that I'd had, to really kind of reflect and go, why do I find myself continually in this pattern? And next thing I know, it's now 2020, and we're locked up in our houses, and I put a mask on and I go to the store, and there's about a 3/4 of a mile trip from my house to the Gelson's. And I go through this one light. I don't know if you've ever done this before, but like it was yellow, but it was orange. It was at such a quantum level of shifting colors between light spectrums, it should have been red. And I was like, man, that was close. I wonder what would have happened if I had gone through there just a minute or a second later. And then I started rewinding the clock and going, man, I wonder what would have happened if I had not done this. And I just kept going back and back and further. And now with the James Webb Telescope, we can see so far back into time and space. And it's kind of the same thing. I had this, like, my reticle and my aperture opened enough for me to be able to see further back into my distance. And I landed right on 2016 and that conversation. Because I was on the same street just going a different direction when that conversation happened and that relationship ended. And I realized that if that thing didn't happen, my wife and I don't look at each other and go, hey, instead of going to Big Bear for New Year's like we always do, let's get the hell out of Dodge. And we went to Europe and we absconded, just the two of us. And we started thinking about, what does our life look like now without this dynamic? And maybe there is room for other people, and maybe that other person is a baby. Maybe we could do this. And then my son is born in 2018, and now it's 2020, and I've got a 2-year-old, and I can't imagine my life being any different. And I loved it. I realized that all of those things, all those moments of opportunity and failure and experimentation and pain and sorrow actually led to the greatest source of joy in my entire life. And so I went, I no longer hate that moment. That's no longer trauma. That's actually my origin story. And he is my superhero. So if you can find that moment in your life that you feel now brings you the greatest amount of pain, and somehow through some process of finding joy and happiness where you're at right now, realize that those two are quantumly entangled, and you can't have one without the other. And this moment of okay makes that moment okay as well.
I love that. Thank you.
There's a difference between authenticity and access.
Yeah.
And this is one thing that I learned, is that I thought that I needed to come out here and be a rock star. I mean, first, look at me. I legitimately had a discussion with my wife this morning about which shoes I should wear.
So is this your wife's choice or
This
your?
is my wife's choice.
Are you happy with your?
I am. She's right. Because the other shoes were just, it was just too much. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And that's coming from this guy.
We do not care.
We do not care. You don't want a rock star. You know what you want is a friend. There's two things that I think I realize this about myself, and I bet everyone here that's gathering in these chairs under this incredible. Look at this structure. This is it's like the Borg built this. You know what I mean? I would wager that everybody here, at least a large majority of people that are here, really need to know two things, and that's it. One, I'm not alone. And two, I am enough. Those two things, I know for me, I needed to not hear those things, learn those things, understand those things. I needed to believe those things. That I am not alone, that there's other nerds that are just like me, that are into the same shit as me, that sit and think about their 5 favorite Batman animated series episodes too much. Robin's Reckoning, I would say Robin's Reckoning, Day of the Sunrise, Day of the Ninja, Perchance to Dream. Robin's Reckoning 1 and 2, of course. I'm not alone. And the thing that I've learned about through my son is that dude is like, he's like a quasar. He's like this condensed neutron star because he came with everything that he needed. And it's just, I've been watching that thing open and unfold like a lotus flower for the last 6 years. But he had everything he needed. Donner's Superman. Has everybody seen it? Who has not seen Richard Donner's Superman? 78 Superman. Okay, passion and art. I love you. Please watch it. I say this, Travis Willingham is my best friend to this day. Superman is 100% his #1 superhero. I think Superman's a weak superhero. I don't think he's a great superhero. That is all to Kirby and everybody else. I respect what they did. It worked really, really well in 1926 or whatever, 1936, whenever it came out. Batman was better. But Richard Donner's Superman specifically is such a beautiful piece of art that has absolutely nothing to do with the superhero. It has everything to do with the human. And the thing that I love is in the very beginning, you'll see this, Marlon Brando, who plays Jor-El, places Kal-El into the pod, and he says, everything that I have, everything that I am, I bequeath to you, my son. And he puts this one green crystal into the pod. This is all that I have to give you. And you realize, and you'll see this, you probably have seen clips of it before, but as he's flying through space from Krypton inevitably and inexorably to Earth, and he's growing, he's hearing his voice of his father that's giving him all the wisdom and all the resources and all of the tools and all of the love and all of the information that he needed. And that happened to my son. He got all of the wisdom, all the information, everything. It's just my job as his dad and my wife's job as his mom to go, let me help you unpack that. But you were born here with it. You arrived, crash landed in front of us with everything that you possibly needed. We're just here to help you unpack it. And the things that my parents didn't do for me and the things that your parents didn't do for you, that's what therapy is for. That's what you get to do as a 48-year-old and go, they never showed me how to unpack this. But it doesn't mean that you haven't had it your entire life. It's been inside of you the whole time. It's just now incumbent upon you, for those of you who have left your parents' house, to unpack that for yourself. And you do that with your friends. You do that with the things that you watch, the books that you read, the games that you play, the conversations that you have, the stories that you hear and the stories that you tell. That's how you unpack your superpower and you're a superhero. I'm on fire today, y'all.
I'm like, this is it. Look, Troy.
Oh, it's Sunday. That's what it is. That's what it is. You guys came to church.
You're making it very. This is the easiest panel. I'm like, yeah.
Is this the easiest?
I'm like, yeah, man.
It's like 8 seconds at the rodeo. Just squeeze your legs and hang on.
I've got a very random question to ask before we go to fan questions.
Okay.
So we're going to go to fan questions shortly. I don't know where Christina. Fan questions shortly. I don't know where Christina is with the mic, but she'll be here soon.
Hillary, thank you very much.
There she is.
Thank you.
Please, can we have a round of applause for Christina, lovely stage manager? Okay. When you're, I always ask voice actors this question. When you're in the house on your own, nobody's around, do you sing or talk to yourself in your characters' voices?
Oh my God. Not even necessarily my characters.
Oh, really?
Just characters. And what's really cool, who has kids? Okay. Who has kids 10 or younger?
Nope.
Just one. Okay. So, okay. For those of you who have, passed on now into adolescence and out of the toddler phase, I'm realizing now I want my son to be more talented than me, and he's already showing me that he's got that. He is so good at mimicking and voices, but it's funny because I have to be very careful about some of the voices that I do because he will do them. And I'm like, you can't go to school doing that one. So I very rarely talk in my own voice, to be honest with you. I'll be in my car. I'll be just going, and I've going crazy, some people. And it's not even just the voice, it's the whole thing. There's this German who's just so tired and very, bored with everything. So, do you want eggs with your toast this morning, or is it just the coffee? It drives my wife crazy.
On your own or to
Oh,
your wife?
either on my own or she'll walk in the room, and we're at the point in our marriage where it's not weird anymore. Normally, if you just find someone doing the dishes under the stain, right? They'd be like, are you okay? She's like, I'm just going to go. And they'll flow. Just you got a fella going to do something about that. Going, what? I might go out to the truck first of all and find out. I'll take the trash cans out, too. It's just constant. It's just a litany of lunacy happening in my house constantly. If you my Ring camera, God alone, is just blackmail at this point. It's just somebody at Ring, if they ever wanted to just, I want to retire, be like, Mr. Baker, we have these videotapes of you, and please put on pants in the morning when you go. So yeah, it's your job should be an extension of who you are. It should not be the ransom for the person that you want to be. You should be doing you, playing the role of you in everything that you do. And so I do this all the time. It's just the difference is I do it in specific locations sometimes for a specific reason, and they give me money for it. That's the only difference. The caveat to that is that I do not seek those opportunities to fulfill me in any way. In the same way that art does not exist to fulfill the artist. You can't look at this and go, I'm just not happy with this. Not your place, dude. Your job is to fart it out. To get it out of your being. It came from the ethos, from the ether, from space, wherever, through you as a willing vessel for all of us to experience, agnostic of your view of it. God, don't criticize your own work. Are you kidding me? Learn from it, sure. But don't decide whether it's good or bad. Not your place. You are not the spectator. You are the creator. So if you make a video, which is a great opportunity, by the way, to express yourself as a creator, send the first draft or don't send it at all. Don't iterate upon your idea, just get it out and let people see. I'm so tempted right now. I'm learning Japanese, so is Traveler, and he's crushing it. We speak to each other in Japanese. He's 6. Proud of my boy. I'm playing drums. I started playing drums when I was like 12 years old, and I learned how to play improperly, and so I'm now relearning the right way to do it. And I'm so tempted to do like lives on TikToks where other drummers teach me how to play, and it's not because I subscribe to some. Have you seen that one guy? He's like Argentinian. He's like one of the best drummers in the world. He's just insane how good he is. He like breaks the laws of physics with how well he can play. I want to be the guy that goes, I want you to see where I'm starting so that you can appreciate where I'll end up. And I want to normalize learning and being bad and the novice and the apprenticeship level, because we have plenty of masters, and that's what we like and that's what we follow as we go, oh my God, these people are so good, it's so amazing, it blows my mind. And the reason why we do that is because Ralph Waldo Emerson said that all of history exists for the sake of a single person. We look at the pyramids, we go, a human built that. I'm human and I can do greatness. We watch the Olympics because I may not be able to pole vault and break something with, but a human did that and I'm human, so I'm capable of greatness. So there's nothing wrong with appreciating mastery, but I also want to appreciate the apprenticeship level, and I want to watch someone. If we could go back in time to the 90s memes and be able to find the Star Wars kid, and maybe like he ended up being like, he could have doubled for Darth Maul. We have no idea, but to follow his journey from oops to greatness, that's the story that we all need to participate in.
Exactly. Are you enjoying the sermon?
Jesus, man. Homilies with Troy Baker.
Let's get Christina up here. Just going to take your fan questions. So if you've got any questions for Troy, please queue up in the middle here, and please be polite to one another and be mindful of your fellow fans. Okay.
And a light on you too? It was a dark and stormy night. Wow.
Speak,
Hi.
young man. Hello there. What's your name and question?
Hi, my name is Brendan, and my question is, when it came to singing Future Days by Pearl Jam, how was it decided that was going to be the song perfectly describing Ellie and Joel's relationship in The Last of Us Part 2?
Brendan, what an amazing question. It is equal parts Pearl Jam, Neil Druckmann, and Fate. So I don't get nervous very often. If I do, I feel that's my own insecurities and ego that's creeping up. He can take his question off the air. It's fine. But when the whole notion of Joel even playing guitar and Ellie being an astronaut came from us being on set during some downtime and Neil going, what would you have been if you hadn't become an actor? And I was like, I always wanted to be a singer. And I thought that's how I was going to set the world on fire, as being a musician. And fate said no. And instead gave me this, much better version. I looked at Ashley and goes, what about you? And without missing a beat, Ashley goes, astronaut. And we went, that tracks. And so fast forward to us doing part 2, actually even in between, for One Night Live, this live stage performance that we did, and actually put scenes from The Last of Us up on a stage, Neil goes, I have an idea for a special scene. And there was a song that Neil could play, and he still to this day can play it better than me on guitar. Neil would play for his daughter, and it was Future Days. And that's what he would sing her every night. And so he goes, I have this scene where Joel's going to sing. He always said he was going to teach Ellie how to play guitar, and he's going to sing this song. And I was like, don't make me do that, dude. Because the weight and the pressure that I feel of knowing how much this means to you. And so we do that for One Night Live, and it goes over like just a box of fireworks. It was amazing. And then we see that scene is going to be in the game. And more than any other scene, I think I got more nervous with that scene just because I knew what it meant to Neil. And all I wanted to do is live up to his expectation of it. And I think that scene is better than all of our expectations because of the teamwork that went into it and how much love and attention from everybody that worked on that game to make that scene what it is. But what I love now is, I don't know if you've seen this clip, Neil is now friends with Pearl Jam. And that's like, he's trying to pinch himself because it's such a dream come true. But hearing Eddie Vedder saying, I want to dedicate this song to Joel and Ellie, and for all the people that when they get lost in the darkness, they look for the light, at the Ohana Fest this last September, last week. That to me is the full circle of one guy having a dream and seeing it come to fruition. And not only that Eddie Vedder knows about Joel and Ellie, but that you know about Joel and Ellie, and that you can sit here and ask me that question and going, how is that the perfect story? My friend, it's Neil Druckmann, Pearl Jam, and Fate.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Hello, my friend. What's your name and question?
Hi there, my name is Stephanie. My question was that Uncharted, it's such an iconic series, so beloved by others, and like, how was it joining in the fourth game?
As I said, I don't get nervous often, but the other time that I got nervous was my first day on set for Uncharted, and at this point I've known Nolan and Richard and Emily. But then I stepped foot on stage, and we'd done rehearsal and everything else, but I was back in one part of the stage where we the actors hang out, these little couches on stage. And then I look, and I'm seeing, they're doing one scene before I get in there, and I hear action. And I watch Nolan North, Richard McGonigal, and Emily Rose transform into Nate, Sully, and Elena, and I go, oh, shit. I'm on set of Uncharted. And in 2006, I was doing a really, really bad movie in Texas, and it was January, it was cold, the movie was awful, the hotel was awful, it was just not a great experience. And a friend of mine, as a token of commiseration, said, hey, I'm gonna let you borrow my PS3, and you need to play this game called Uncharted. And so every night from set, I would go home and go consider my life choices and try to think about how I could get out of this movie, and I would play Uncharted. And I realized that the way that they shot that game was the way that we were shooting the movie, just a better version of it. And that if they were in a Jeep, they built a Jeep and they were in a Jeep. And it was actors on a stage interacting with each other, and it felt different and it felt real. And I was like, that's what I want to do. And to flash forward to now, all of a sudden, I'm on set of that franchise. I was like, I can't believe this is happening. And I get to play Nate Drake's older brother, and I'm way younger than Nolan. I like saying that. But the friendship, it is truly the friendships that we made along the way. But all I wanted to do was be someone that was a red shirt in Uncharted and died, and to be able to play, to me, was one of the greatest characters in that franchise. True honor, and I'm filled with gratitude.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, my friend. Hello, my dear. What is your name? What's your question?
Hi, Troy. My name is Delaney. It's lovely to see you again.
Of course it is, Delaney. Of course it is. Passion and art, what you got?
Well, my question is surrounding music. I know we've spoken about it quite a bit, but I understand in BioShock Infinite, you played Booker DeWitt, who plays that amazing scene with Elizabeth, as well as obviously Joel playing guitar. I just wanted to ask, what has music meant to you as a voice actor within these projects? How have you brought that in, and what has that, helped you evolve? And also, what's been your favorite part about that entire experience?
For the longest time, I considered my musical endeavors a failure because I, again, attribute it to how much money is this making? How much success do I have? And when I was trying to be in a band, we were always one showcase away, one single away from hitting. And when you're in Dallas, you either explode and you become, the next big thing, or you sit and stagnate and become the band that used to headline at the club. And so I was like, this was who I'll always be, is just someone who's now trying to do a vanity project. And I put out 2 albums. We could get into the mire of that later. But to me, the fusion of those two, of music, and first of all, I still relate everything to music. The way that I think about how scenes work, I'll make musical references all the time. Is like, this is very much the drums aren't mixed kind of demo. So I still incorporate all of the lessons, and I hear the musicality in scenes, and I think about the flow of how everything works because of music, and still have such a deep love for music. But now what I'm able to do is, and I love that these specific moments that Brendan, you brought up, and now you bring up as well, Delaney, is these moments of infusing music into these characters and thus into the story have not been me putting them in, but it's been Ken Levine going, I've got an idea for a scene, or Neil going, I've got an idea for a scene. Hideo Kojima going, I've got an idea for a really weird idea for a scene. Can't wait for you guys to see it. So for me, it's about reminding myself to allow music to lead me as opposed to me pushing it. I have songs that I wrote for Joel that maybe one day I'll put out. So for me, it's about, I'm glad that I am emancipated from the necessitation of music being a vocation and it remaining a recreation. I still love to play music, and I still feel like I get to do that. At the end of the day, I'm not a musician, I'm not an actor, I'm not a director, I'm a storyteller, and so are you. And so we all have that commonality, regardless of what our profession is or what it says on our LinkedIn is. We still are telling our story, even if you're making a coffee. You're making a coffee and you're telling a story. So as long as I get a chance to tell my story, if it's on a stage with music or if it's on a stage with a camera, I'm happy.
Thank you,
Delaney.
so much. Thank you. Hello, my friend. What's your name and question?
Hi, I'm Isaiah. So I imagine you put a lot of time and effort and passion into becoming Joel. Yeah. So my question is, when you found out about Joel's death, how did that make you feel? Like, what was your reaction to it?
I love this question.
Do you wish the story would have went differently, or the script?
When did you ask me? I mean, depends on when you ask me, right? So when we were doing part one, I was even talking about, like, you know what you should do, Neil, is you should do this. And that is by no means to say that I am credited with that idea. What I love is that Neil was like, I'm just telling this story right now. I'm not even thinking about a franchise. I'm not thinking about part two. And then after Left Behind won all of the awards, where Neil and I were in London, actually, and he goes, so I have an idea for part two. I said, okay, and he goes, so Joel dies. And I was like, oh, okay, cool. And I got to think about it as a hypothetical. And then about a year later, he goes, I think I have the story. I would love for you to come over to the house and let me walk you through beat by beat. And so I go into his study, and he starts telling me the story. And I start crying. And I was like, give me just a second, man, because now it was as if someone had just told me that a friend of mine had just died. But it still wasn't real. And then I get the script months later, 6 months later maybe. And now I'm angry. And I'm like, you can't do this. Not like this. And Neil and I have had 3 arguments in our big arguments in our relationship, and we've become better friends and collaborators because of it, by the way. Neither of us are afraid of confrontation. We'll rush headlong into it. And I wrestled with it, and now we're on stage, and I'm not going to get into the whole story because I'll cry every time. But then we're shooting the scene on stage, and now I'm dealing with it in a completely different way. And then the game, right before the game comes out, the leaks happen. And now I'm dealing with it in a different way. And then I play the game. And I'm bawling. And then I get to right after with the house, and I'm like, I text Neil at 4 o'clock in the morning. I was like, the house is the funeral and the wake. It is the mourning and the celebration of this man. So what you're seeing is there's multiple stages. So when someone comes up to me, I hope you're here. Someone came up to me at a different show, and he says, I got to that point in The Last of Us, and I stopped playing. and you told me to keep playing, and I finally did, and that was a year ago. And he goes, I'm so grateful that I did. And I'll never forget, Neil asked me one time, he goes, right when the leaks happened, he goes, do you think we made a mistake? And I said, I don't know, Neil, I haven't played it yet. And that to me is where we should all remain, is critical, sure, but you better have experienced it. Critique without information is the epitome of arrogance and ignorance. It's just a cocktail of those two things. If you've experienced it and you feel that it's bad, great, awesome. Did you play it? Yeah, that's all I care about. Did you experience the story? Hate it, I don't care. I made you feel something. But if I didn't do my job that made you see the story through, and then I failed. But I understand everybody that comes up to me and says, I'm wrestling with this. I'm like, so did I. Just play it. And then tell me what you think. If on the other side of it you hate it, we can agree to disagree. But if you've at least experienced, then I've done my job. Thank you, Isaiah.
We've got time for 2 more questions. So
Bailey!
This person and the person behind and everyone else, if you... I don't want to look at you in the eyes, but please, you have to sit down.
Come see me at the table and ask me these
Yes.
questions. I'll be here.
Because you're here the whole day.
I'm here the whole day.
Yeah. Okay, my love. What's your name and question?
Hello,
Hi.
I'm Courtney. And first of all, I just want to say that The Last of Us has impacted my life so much that my fiance and I are actually going to be dancing to Future Days as and specifically your version of Future Days
I'm honored.
at our wedding. My question for you is, what was it like returning to the world of The Last of Us with TV series and working with Craig Mazin?
A quick story. So Craig was very kind, and he and Neil both were like, we have to spiritually connect these two. And so it was never this, hey, wouldn't it be funny if wink, wink, we kind of included the cast, but it was, we want to honor their performance by bringing them in. And so when Neil came to me, he goes, I want you to play James. I said, man, thank you. Who's James? And he was the guy with the thing, the buddy boy. I was like, oh. And I got to read the script, and I was like, man, because we have a huge challenge with that episode specifically is winter is one of my favorite parts in the game. Because if you haven't played Last of Us Part 1, this has been a really interesting panel for you. One of my favorite moments in The Last of Us is not a cinematic moment, it's actually a gameplay moment. And it's the first time that camera swings around and goes over the right shoulder of Ellie, and now you're on the stick and you push forward on the left stick and she moves. How do you do that with $180 million? How do you do that? And so Craig understood that as a gamer. He was like, I have to re-narrativize this moment so that we still have impact, but we're not relying on the same tools because I don't have them. So instead, we get to flip around and actually show you what these people were like, and we humanize these people, which makes them far more terrifying. And I'll never forget my first day on set. I'm sitting there, and I'm used to Neil, and I don't have Neil. I got Craig as a showrunner, but I have Ali Abbasi, who's our director, hidden somewhere in the woods. And are we rolling? We're rolling. And they're just go. And it's not like, okay, so here's what's at stake at the scene. I didn't have the conversation like Neil and I would have every night. I'm on my own. But I'm sitting there, and it's freezing cold. And we're by this beautiful river out in the woods. I've got real snow at my feet. I'm wearing not a spandex unitard. And I've got a fake rifle, and there's a fake dead deer at my feet. And I just go, we're about to go picture up. And I go, oh, man. And Scott Shepard goes, what are you doing, dude? Lock it up. This is a serious scene. I'm like, I look over and I'm like, dude, if you only knew how weird this was. I've played this scene. It was surreal. It was absolutely surreal. And the only thing that I wanted out of everybody who worked on that show, but especially out of Pedro, I was like, teach me something about The Last of Us. Teach me something about Joel that I missed. What did I overlook? What stone did I not overturn? And damned if they didn't do it every episode where I was like, I never thought about that. I never considered that. I could not be happier, could not be more proud, could not feel more comfortable about this role and this story being in those hands. Period, full stop. And I will say this, whenever someone comes up to me, I'm going to say this preemptively. If you come up and you go, you're the only one that can play Joel. I tell you now as a pat answer, I appreciate the sentiment, but I reject the notion because I don't want to be the last person that plays Joel. I don't want Pedro Pascal to be the last person that plays Joel. I don't want you to be the last person that plays Joel. I want this character to be the most iterated upon, most played character that we've ever seen in any form of narrative ever. I want to see him on the stage in the West End. I want to see him on the stage on Broadway. I want to see him in more games. I want to see him in books. I want to see him in your fan art. I want to see him in cosplay. Then we will have created a character that exists beyond one actor's performance or two, but now is proliferated throughout the world and is permeated in the consciousness of people because it makes you question the villainy, the humanity, and the hero of a person. And that's what we wanted to do with Joel.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And congratulations on your engagement.
Congratulations. Have a great first dance. You are the last of us.
Yes. Yes, hello. Name and question, please.
Hi, I'm Adam. And I was wondering, what is it like to see Joel go from this video game character who has a large audience for video games, but for more mainstream audiences is less known, go to TV and that more mainstream vision of a screen, of a television, and how that how you see that and how like it all worked out.
I didn't get many opportunities without, obviously, Courtney going off on your answer as well, but I didn't get many opportunities with The Last of Us to go, I have no idea what's about to happen next. And then we get to episode 3. And then, because in The Last of Us in the game, Frank is a dude swinging on a rope with a bad Hawaiian shirt. And what I love is that Craig and Neil both were like, we have an opportunity here to tell a different story. And I remember before the show even came out, Craig just goes, we just got to get him to episode 3. If we get him to episode 3, we own them. And he was right, because I guarantee for the people that have seen that episode, you will never think about strawberries and never hear Long, Long Time Again without thinking of The Last of Us. And that is through the beauty of Murray Bartlett and Nick Offerman, but it's also through the director, the writer, the DP, everybody that worked on that show. That specific episode wanted to show what love looks like in that world and the beauty that we can find. It really goes back to the very beginning of The Last of Us, when they first saw that planet Earth thing and they saw how the cordyceps fungus became this beautiful crystallized thing, and the beauty that emerges from truly the horrific. And that, to me, is what that episode is all about. So that was a surprise to me. There were surprises that I saw from the performances, surprises that I saw to the storylines, even the very beginning, the opening of the first. That was the last thing that they shot, by the way, is the introduction with the kind of the Dick Cavett interview that they do with John Hannah. And there's going to be stuff in season 2 that you're not expecting. And there's stuff that I've already seen that I think Neil Druckmann gets the best episode. I'm a little biased. But that episode made me cry twice, and one of those things I'd never seen before. So I think that the beauty of this is not that the TV show or the film is not the alpha form of these things. It is complementary, supplementary, but more than anything, that I asked Neil this. Why are we doing the show? We've already shot it. We've already scored it. We've put it out, and people accept it. If they don't want to pick up a controller, then maybe they should just play the game. And he goes, I care too much about Joel and Ellie's story to keep it from people that will never experience it, so I will bring it to them. So that's why your job as an artist is to bring your art to the people. I'll tell you this, for anybody that brings me fan art today, it takes bravery, it takes talent to make art, but it takes courage to share it. And you are compelled as an artist to share your art. Don't keep it for yourself. And again, share the first draft or don't share it at all. I have an entire text thread of drafted, never sent, and some of that is just for me. But instead of posting something online to all of your followers, send a text to one person and say, I love you. Share that joke with one person and not 500 or 1,000 or 50,000 or whomever. Make your art personal, and I guarantee you it will connect far more than going viral.
Thank you for
Thank
your
you, Adam.
question.
I'll see you guys later. Thank you so much for spending time with me. And thank you.
Troy, thank you very much.
My absolute
It's been
pleasure.
wonderful. From the moment we met back in Manchester 5-6 years ago, and we talked about Jeff Buckley.
We did.
I just knew, it was like, I like this man. So thank you very, very much for
Always a
being with us all here today.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help. IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion. IGN has the very best, most complete, and accurate guides. Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
IGN has the most thorough, easy to use, and high-tech maps out there. Period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account, and anything you check off on a map is tracked in the guide as well. It's the perfect system to get to 100%. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
That was Troy Baker live from LA Comic-Con right here on IGN. Now we have some more awesome guests lined up for you later on today, but up next, we've got a whole bunch of never-before-seen game trailers from The Mix. And oh look, here comes one right now. Oh hell no, I didn't kill my wife.
Oh my God, we are back, and we have an amazing game.
Such enthusiasm from you.
I got to come back with an explosion.
Oh my God, what are you doing? What are you showing off?
I'm showing off how quickly I can leave. I'm not supposed to be here. Yeah, checking out more Pipistrello. Thank you guys for having me on stage last night. That was a blast.
Yeah, for sure.
Great.
The game is super fun. We want to show the audience for the Mix, and IGN is going to be showcasing this. So
I gotta say, he did really good last night.
He always does really good.
I didn't die. That was probably like the hardest that I tried not to die on stage.
Are you talking about you yourself?
Like physically, like with the pressure of the lights and the smog that they had coming in from LA.
I was holding you up by your back, so I felt like you let
Yeah.
Yeah, just like, I don't know if I can make it, guys.
Making sure.
Who are you? What do you do?
And so my name is Chris Olivares. I work for PM Studios. We publish lots of indie games, such as Pipistrello and the Cursed Yo-Yo. And so this comes from Pocket Trap, a team from Brazil that's just very, very passionately inspired by games from like the Game Boy Advance generation, and lots of really cool hits from them, like Dodgeball Academia. There's also Ninjin, which is an endless runner with like a ninja rabbit. You get super cool weapons. The soundtracks are always killer and to die for.
Dodgeball Academia is a fantastic.
Yeah, so excellent game.
Let's get started. For like 15 minutes, and then we're good to go. You know.
Yeah, we could just take a quick detour. Yeah. So we've got these 3 demos here. The demo, it pops up on Steam every once in a while. So if you're quick to that demo launch button, like get that cool demo. And so we've got the kind of like a story-driven narrative, which kind of like introduces a lot of the cast and like the predicament that Pippet is in. And then we've got this demo section, which I think we should dive into because we've seen a lot of the basic demo portion, but this is more of like an advanced area, which shows you a lot of like the movement tech and some of the options that Pippet has available. And then we also have the boss fight where you get to see some of the combat.
We're ready.
Yeah, that name is dope. Yeah, let's dive in. Let's dive into the more advanced situation.
He's got this cool bat character, and he's got a yo-yo. I don't know if you know, but the yo-yo is cursed with the soul of his aunt, and so you're kind of on a quest to bring her back.
So I did buy a yo-yo back today at Sports Authority, and it was for $6. This does take
At
back.
Sports Authority?
Yeah, it was cursed.
They had yo-yos at Sports Authority?
They were offloading them because they were cursed.
Yeah,
that's why he got
I bought
them.
it, and the guy was like, no, we're trying to sell that because it is cursed. So I'm like, dude. So, I get it.
Yeah. So one of the fun features of this game is you get these secret base areas that you can dive into. They're kind of like checkpoints, safe houses, and you get to manage upgrades, get like cool new Pipit goods.
Wait, are these bats too?
Yes,
Oh,
these are
okay.
Pipistrellos, and so they are
Okay.
like cousins and like distant uncles, relatives.
Distant uncles.
So we've got upgrades from Pepita, and these come at a debt. And so they kind of explain the debt system, which is a really interesting mechanic.
A debt system. I didn't know
So
that there was a debt
you're a kid. Have you ever like wanted to buy something and you didn't have money? These are like your family members, so they'll like give it to you on credit. Like, okay, but you still owe me.
Yeah, I've not been privy to that.
We didn't get anything from our families.
No, not a damn thing. I had to work odd jobs to get this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I
and
mean?
So what we've got is let's see. I'm going to be 700 coins in debt, and I guess part of the penalty for the one that I chose is I'm not going to be able to, what is that, recover?
Oh, so these are kind of like a moon that has a curse kind of thing on it.
Yes,
Gotcha.
and so you get the bonus, and until you've paid it off, you also suffer the debuff.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
as soon as you've made payment on it, you're in the clear, and then it doesn't happen anymore. And so for this one, I'm going to get one more badge point, but I no longer get roses dropped from enemies when I'm fighting.
This was one of my favorite things. Kind of like, not gamble, but like, Returnal did this. And this was one of the things I did. I was like,
okay.
Should I put this thing on? I know it's going to be beneficial later, but I have to get through this period.
Yeah, I get through like the little bit of the slog for the reward. And it kind of, I know we talked a little bit about speedrunning. It changes the dynamic of what you're able to do and like the amount of risk that you have to get through a run.
No, I did grow up this way. Like, I was like, did I miss Street Fighter 2 on SNES?
Yeah, but it's like emotional debts.
But no, she was like, you can't eat for 2 weeks.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, no more juice boxes. That's where it's going. Your kid Starbucks is not going to be coming up
Starbucks. Your
every snack
Capri
time.
Suns are like cut off,
I was
son.
9 years old and lost 50 pounds, but I got that game.
50 pounds, no more. Yeah, that's
How old were you when you got that game that you finally paid it off?
I still haven't paid it off. I'm starving.
Oh no.
How can you be in debt for food stamps, though? You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit ain't working.
I'll go over that after this. Don't worry.
Yeah. So we got some fun things here. We got like a.
So is this a hub world?
It not exactly. I mean, I guess this is one of the more like dungeon focused areas, but there is a major overworld where you kind of like dive into specific areas. Oh, I think I missed it. Oh no, I got it. Money. Thank you. And so you need that fresh coinage to pay off the debt. Oh, sorry.
Oh wow.
Bring
Well,
this
that's
over here.
cool.
What is the punishment for falling on your pit?
You fall very far very quickly, and then you take a little bit of heart damage.
Gotcha. Okay.
Just the emotional damage of like, I shouldn't really be falling down a
I
hole.
shouldn't be a game dev anymore.
What? Parry.
Those guys are dirty.
I didn't know there was a parry in this.
How do you parry?
I'm used to the PlayStation mapping, so it's the triangle button, the one on the top with your right hand.
Oh,
And then if you need to go back to that area, you can summon that platform. So,
Mind you, people watching this, I might make little grunts and stuff when I'm watching this because I'm reacting to language type. I have little, like, I have action reactions, like,
You got grunts, though?
I'm like,
That's not a grunt. That's like a...
so get to see one of the cool Pipit moves. Get to throw the yo-yo.
Oh, that's dope. Okay.
Can it be request? Can you call that a throw-yo?
A throw-yo? I can do that.
For show, yo. You gotta say
Oh,
throw
no.
yo for show, yo.
You're taking it too far.
No, never.
What?
You're not gonna do E-Hunter's 100 slap on him?
I'm gonna take that.
That one's
There it
great.
is.
Yeah.
Thank you, Edward Honda.
Edmonds.
His cousin.
Yeah,
I named the wrong Honda.
Edward.
So you got like.
Honda was used to another salesman.
That's dope too.
So we need to
do
jump
you
on
earn
that.
these like over time, these moves, or do you just always have them?
And so you start out with a couple, but there are dungeons that you go through that give you the newer abilities for traversal. Yeah.
I do like that kind of like, I don't know, the risk of reward of like, no, don't jump here and like get rid of it. Like, wait for it to go back there or do this.
Yeah. Be patient, or you could try to like speed run it and like botch it several times. Yeah. Oh yeah. Cool thing about the yo-yo, it can grab things for you. It's like an extra hand.
Yeah, remember, I got the Sports Authority yo-yo. I used to grab it.
Yeah, all day.
I was making cereal and away with the milk.
I want to know what that brand of Sports Authority yo-yo was.
It was called Throw-Yo.
Oh yeah, for sure.
We've already been over there.
Yeah.
That's like the tagline. Froyo. Wait, Froyo? No, that's the thing you eat.
You gotta
the Froyo promotion for Throyo.
Yeah.
For Showyo.
I think those are two different brands.
Not to derail this.
For Showyo.
I want Froyo to go.
Sorry.
Derailed. Thanks.
We need the mix sponsored by Froyo, like ad placement right over this video.
Sponsored by Big Froyo.
Ooh.
No.
Oh my God.
Almost was a little bit fast on that one. Let's see.
Careful, steady.
Very, very gently.
This is good level size. I am actually trying to refrain from
Being a nerd.
just a little.
No, I think
Take that.
it is very it's varied, you know.
Yeah, but just I don't know. Everything just feels the way he moves forward, like when he's doing that attack. Just everything is just has like that right there. It's such a.
This guy has a
clear-
bad back, so you can hit it and stun him.
Oh, he's got a bad back.
Yeah.
That's
See the way he's like heaving that giant hammer with his back like he shouldn't? You got to use your legs. Lift with your legs. It is a capybara. Little Brazilian shout out.
So that was a capybara just trying to make out some you doing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a kid. I don't care. I'm like, what's his name?
there's a
Dennis
lot
the
of
Menace?
things, there's a lot of things you can care about with your child.
Is there? So that was like the brute character. That wasn't a boss.
No, that was, just kind of like a more powerful mob.
Okay, I got
You
it.
think a boss would work his ass off until the back? Now,
Yeah.
That is a grunt.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. He's on pain pills every day. His wife doesn't even recognize him anymore. Like, I'm doing it for the family. And then some kid just whips him in the back.
Yeah, crack that whip, kid.
That's when you could tell you've been showing off the game a lot. That was some good reactions.
Yeah, what was
no.
that?
The parry. And so
No, the green.
Oh,
was that a
it's
whip?
the string of the yo-yo. Like, you throw the yo-yo off
yo-yo
the
was
string,
out
and then
for-
it just kind of goes as a projectile.
Yeah. So then, how long does it take to come back?
Was that Walk the Dog?
It's walk the dog.
That's pretty dope.
But it takes a few seconds. Just one of those like gamer moments of like, I need it back, I need it back, I need it back.
That's the only yo-yo move I was able to do is walk the dog.
So I tried it with that first yo-yo. It lit some girl on fire. I saw your scratch.
That's crazy.
Thanks, Sports Authority.
Thank you, Sports Authority. That's why you went out of business.
Oh man, I did not time this right. We got those like, it's ending, you better be here chirps.
Since we don't know what's happening, you're playing out as knows. There's a lot of context. Like, I didn't know what you meant, so we were just like, wow, he's so on top of this.
Yeah. How far is this into the game?
And so, I'm not at liberty to say. This is the construction area.
This is an exclusive right here. You're going to hear us for the first time.
Yeah, unless you've played the demo and you've seen it before. But if you haven't, what are you doing? Play the demo. Get it. Do the thing.
Well, of course, the planets have aligned or whatever the
Yeah, I mean, be responsible about how much you need to play it, but you definitely need to play it.
Well, you said the demo shows up every now and then, right?
Yes, like here at the mix.
Oh.
Man.
You can do it by key.
I don't know, because like I want to hit the switch, but.
Oh, nice. Oh, you could throw the yo-yo with the item. Is it?
You can.
That's really interesting.
So, but I also want the money. But maybe I don't want the money. I'll let you pretend that you can get the money. We'll address that at some other time.
Out of context, you don't know it wrong. I'm just like, maybe it's just Minecraft.
Let's see. So I'm gonna need to get.
When I'm going quiet, I'm actually just like.
I'm just looking. Yeah.
Enjoying
Sorry,
the scenery.
Or saying something funny, but I'm like just speaking.
Yeah, it's got a lot of charm, character, and mastery to its design.
Yeah, not only that, the design of like the clouds are just the old Nintendo logo, like round thing. Like there's not a lot like. It's not an overly complicated thing. I know these are clouds. I know how working the background, like the far, like whatever they are, mountains or whatever they are in the background, they're just like simple shapes. And I don't know, I'm very enthralled by how just...
So we did it. We made all that money back, and now we no longer have that problem where enemies aren't dropping the rose petals. And now we just enter a new debt. Let's get more upgrades. Love borrowing money as a kid. It's my favorite.
Remember, I just didn't eat, so I'm not...
Yeah, it's okay. We don't have food. We have rose petals to replenish your life. Unlike those other games where it's like fruit or like snacks or hamburgers. Just roses.
My mom would say you can't like bathe for 2 months if you want that.
Just trying to save on some Dove?
Like when I want the cereal now that I finally can eat, after getting, she's like, well, now you keep this because you're paid for the cereal.
Oh my God, that sounds terrible.
Yeah. I grew up a poor fat child.
With a yo-yo. In debt.
Cursed yo-yo.
No. I'm sorry. I probably gave you the wrong precedent there. No, the cursed yo-yo actually really helped me hurt everybody around.
Oh, okay.
That's when the debt stuff stops. Like, the cursed
Got it,
yo-yo
yeah.
is very beneficial. One thing that I noticed about the game is I really do like, even though it's like a short hop, everything's designed around the way he jumps. So there's a very satisfying like little jump that he can pick.
Is that automatic when you hit a surface? Or you have to actually press the jump?
You press jump.
Do you want to try it?
Yeah.
He does kind of have he kind of like drifts.
He does.
The cartoon skid.
Yeah, try the jumping. It is just a nice quick like a loop.
So, wait.
Yeah. It's okay. We've got the badge that prevents you from like taking fall damage.
What are you gonna do, Justin?
I'm gonna try to get over there. Oh shit.
Yeah.
Is there a run?
The walk the dog. So when you hold the right trigger and press the jump button, you'll do the walk the dog thing. But only when you have the yo-yo on the string, because you can't walk the dog if the dog's off the leash.
Yeah, that's cool.
That was the name to your dog. Right.
Can't walk the dog that's not on the leash.
Yeah.
When I'm like 80-year-old, just like, what does this mean?
I'm gonna die. Is this even possible?
No, impossible. Bugged. You can't actually get it. Of course you can get it.
No. I mean the way I'm doing this.
I think you're thinking about it a little
too much.
A little too much.
Justin, don't think here. Think here. Think here with your part.
Yeah. This is terrible. Oh wait.
So I know we talked about it before.
Oh, I could toss it. That's right. Right.
Justin, I'm gonna good ones.
I don't care, sir.
When should we expect this hit?
We should expect it when it is ready. But we're aiming for, I want to say, like a comfortable future. I'm not at liberty to say exactly when yet. We're not quite ready to make our release date announcement, but it should be coming soon.
There you have it.
I suck at this game.
No way. You just haven't played it as much as I have.
Yeah, no.
Justin, watching you, I don't know how to do it either. Let me try this before we have to get going. All right, so.
Everyone gets a spin on the yo-yo.
Got the yo-yo. Can't get across there. That does make it spin. I was set up.
You got dead.
You were.
You got dead.
Yeah, of course, some of the change spilled out of your pocket as you fell like hundreds of thousands of feet from the skyscraper.
Oh, you can hold it. That's really cool. Okay, I got it.
You can also like chip away at it. You don't have to like do the full hold.
Oh, okay.
Oops, ah, oops, ah, oops, ah, oops, oops, ah.
No.
Just like little kid with asthma, like.
Hey, give me.
Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Huh? Excuse me? Definitely a bug. Game breaking. Send it back.
Send it back.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Yeah, you're going.
We're going.
What?
Yeah, it remembers.
I don't want you anymore. Get out of here.
You couldn't get rid of it even if you wanted to. The game's going to live in your heart, just like that cursed yo-yo.
Yeah, from Sports Authority. Thank you so much, Chris.
No, it's a pleasure hanging out, playing games with you guys. Always love supporting the Mix Media Indie Exchange.
Yeah.
If you need to look up the game, check us out on Steam. Look up Cursed Yo-Yo, Pipistrello, Pipistrello.
Wait, really? Cursed Yo-Yo first?
You can. I mean, it'll come up. And just in case you want to, like, stumble through Pipistrello.
Are you sure Bannon's face won't come up when you look up Cursed Yo-Yo?
Yeah, just like one of those submissions from, like, some indie developer. Like, I'm going to make 50 cents on this game. And it's going to be, like...
And my face pops up going,
What's the magic word?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Take care.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
The Cinefix Top 100. A list so secretive even we don't know what movies are on it or where they rank.
What do you mean you don't know?
Each episode will reveal one of the movies.
Did I rush it? Felt like I rushed. That was good. I liked it.
Talk about why it belongs and finally find out where it ranks.
Are you not entertained?
Are any of the movies we've shown here even on the list? I have no idea, and it drives me crazy. Join us as we find out on Cinefix, IGN, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Why so serious?
IGN has the most thorough, easy to use, and high-tech maps out there. Period. And by high-tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account, and anything you check off on a map is tracked in the guide as well. It's the perfect system to get to 100%. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
All right, well, you just got a block of Game & Focus panels out of LA Comic-Con from The Mix. Now, coming up next, we've got a Q&A with someone who's done just that, but he's also known to drive a Megazord. Here's Johnny Young Bosch.
IGN has the most thorough, easy to use, and high-tech maps out there. period. And by high tech, we mean it. We've recently added features like personal notes that save to your IGN account, and anything you check off on a map is tracked in the guide as well. It's the perfect system to get to 100%. IGN maps load faster with more markers than ever and are built for your phone as your constant companion to the biggest games. So start checking off markers for the game you are playing for free at IGN Maps today.
IGN Store has it all. From clothes and collectibles to vinyl records, accessories, model kits, and action figures from the biggest and best franchises like The Legend of Zelda, Star Wars, Fallout, Dungeons & Dragons, and more. Whatever your pop culture passion, you're guaranteed to find something you love. There are new and exciting products hitting the store every week, like the Wasteland-ready Fallout Vault 33 hoodie, which pairs perfectly with the working wearable Pip-Boy. Plus, high-quality IGN Store exclusives like the powerful and spicy Star Wars Darkside Hot Sauce by Truff. We've even got merchandise for you to rock while tuning in to the IGN shows and podcasts you love. Or cap off a long day by relaxing to the soundtracks of your favorite video games, like Cyberpunk and The Last of Us. And the best part? You don't even need to leave the house to go there. Just head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. The IGN Store. You deserve it.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing? Good to see you. Hello. Hi. Hello. You waved back. Hi. Hi there. My name's Claire. It's nice to see you all early on a Sunday morning. Are you ready for this next panel? Yes. Some guy in the back was like, yeah. Like, I love that. Are you ready? Can I hear you? Heck yes. Okay, please do me a favor. As soon as I say his name and welcome him to the stage, just a huge round of applause and don't stop till he sits down. Can you do that? Excellent. Okay, please welcome to the stage the wonderful, it's Johnny Young Bosch. Keep it going. There he is. We are here. Thank you, guys. Right in the middle. Feels very exposed. Your mic's just there. Yeah, that's your mic, Johnny. Should be on.
All right. Hey, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks for getting up this morning.
So, LA Comic Con. Did you have a good time yesterday?
I did, yes.
And you're from LA proper,
I am, yeah.
Yes.
Well, no, sorry. I live here. I've been here for 30 years, so I feel like I am.
I just got here last year.
Okay.
So what can you tell me about LA that I should know going forward?
Avoid the traffic as much as possible.
That's impossible.
I know. Try.
I live in the valley, so I feel like
you're in it all the time then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like living my best valley mom life up there. I'm like, when I say to people, yeah, I live in the valley, they go, oh, like some.
I like the valley. I'm in the valley. Yeah.
I like the valley. Any valley people here? Yes.
Like, yeah.
I've not perfected my valley girl accent.
There's not enough
yet.
like?
No.
Okay.
Oh my God, like, is that
just add likes.
Just add likes?
Yeah.
Got it. Tell me, before we get started, you do so many conventions. We've spoken several times before. What is it that keeps you coming back to these conventions and meeting fans?
You know what? There's I mean, it might sound hokey to say this, but there's like, it's so cheesy.
No, give us some cheddar. Give us some cheddar. Let's go.
All right, but it's it's so weird. I don't even want to say it.
God.
I energize off of you guys, like I really do. Making like, it's like the small interaction and seeing someone else happy really does make me happy. Like, I'm an introvert, and so it's like I can't like go to like big whatever things, but like just a small interaction and just knowing that whatever little thing that I did had some impact, but then I get to see, you know, I don't know, just enjoyment. And then I'm like, it makes me happy to make somebody else happy. That's so cheesy. I really, it's super cheesy. I hate saying it.
No, please don't. Like, I'm also an introvert, believe it or not. And I think that when you're doing this line of work, everybody expects you to be some extrovert, whatever, but it is nice making people happy, making people smile.
It is. And some days are tough, you know. Some days are really tough, and it's always worse when somebody comes up and they're like, "Hey, boy, you look tired," and it's like, and then I have to be like, "Hey."
Has that happened before where somebody's going, "God,
Oh, it happens all the time.
Looking a bit rough, Johnny."
That's just my face, all right? I got tired face.
Resting tired face.
Resting tired.
Or just resting face. It's just
face is always like this.
constant rest. But I find like when, I don't know about you, but because I'm doing this all the time and I'm like this all the time, I love having resting face.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Love it.
You got to work out those muscles, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
What do you do then to relax after a con? Like
I do nothing.
Yes.
I don't talk. I just go like.
The gerbils don't work
yeah,
out. They just collapse.
Yeah. I think about all the things that I said wrong or something, you know,
God, no.
throughout the day. Like, why did I say that? Like the cheesy thing that I said. Now it's out there.
It's a black hole you don't want to go down.
I know. It's like looking at comments.
Oh, don't do that
on Twitter or X or whatever.
No, the other night I was sitting watching Time Cop. Do you know Time Cop?
I remember. Wait, you talking about Van Damme? Time Cop? Oh yeah.
Any Time Cop fans here? Do you guys remember Time Cop?
One other person.
I think
all right.
we're aging ourselves.
I know, right?
just aged ourselves.
Just us three.
But I was watching that the other night and I was enjoying it. But again, going down the spiral of, I shouldn't have said that. Shouldn't have done that. Do you still do that now, even though you've been working for many years? Do you still get that insecurity coming in?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Were you talking about work that I've done?
Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
How do you get out of that mode of thinking?
Oh, I try to do something else and get my mind on something else.
Yeah.
You know, because the thing with, for me, it's like Power Rangers. You know, I wasn't. See, thank you. And I'm glad you were young when you watched it. Because if you try to watch it now and you've never seen it, it's like, what the heck? You know, and I wasn't an actor. I mean, I was a martial artist. And so for me, it was like, I didn't know, like, really the process or anything. And it wasn't like we were given any time to figure that out or taught that. It was, we were just thrown in. So for me, like that, like being on that for, you know, however many years, 3 years or whatever it was, you know, over 160 episodes and a couple movies, and that was like school for me. Yeah. So when I go back, like we were watching Netflix, me and my son, and then I saw like there's Power Rangers is on there, and somebody told me that at the con. I was like, let me check it out. I was like, put on one episode, and it was like me sad because I couldn't find a date for the dance or something. I'm like, I don't think I'm going. I'm like, and I like change it real quick.
What does your son think? Does he say anything to you, or do you ask him any questions when you're watching your old stuff?
No. I usually just kind of skip over to the martial arts stuff and be like, who's that guy right there? And he's like, I could tell it's you, Dad.
Is it because you're his dad? Is he like, oh, that's uncool, or does he think it's kind of cool?
I don't know. I haven't really asked him.
I mean,
I don't want to know, actually.
I think a dad asking their son if they're cool might garner the an answer you don't want.
Exactly. I'm like,
Hey,
yeah,
son,
you're
am I
definitely
cool?
not cool.
I'm going to ask a question that I ask people on my podcast. So we're doing it a little different, and then we're going to go to fan questions if you guys have got any. So I've got a podcast called Hot Pod Time Machine. And on the podcast, I ask, what is a decision from your past that changed your future? We've had lots of amazing guests and different sorts of answers. So I wanted to ask you that today. A decision from your past that changed your future. Can you think of one?
I can think of 1,000.
Yeah.
I can think of 1,000, but there's a ton of decisions I've made in my life, good and bad decisions. That's a hard one because that does put, like, it can go to very dark places. Yeah. Because a lot of those start in dark places or become dark places. even now as I'm like thinking of like what am I going to talk about, like I'm like flashbacking to a lot of things that, oh man, that was a bad choice, you know. I think, I don't know, I really don't know where to go with this, but I guess since I mentioned like Power Rangers, maybe, you know, kind of, I think accepting who I am and my ability and realizing that wherever that is, like, and it happens multiple times in life where you go, okay, this is as good as I am right now. This is my starting place. And so I think that for me is an important thing. For example, like watching myself on Power Rangers, man, that is printed on film. It's out there, you know. And though when people watch it when they're young, it's cool. But then for me, I'm like, I made a whole lot of mistakes as an actor, but it's out there now, and I have to go like, I have to accept that person for who he was, and go like, hey, I accept that kid. You know, that was the starting place, you know, for me then, you know. And so now, here I am now. So I have to understand that everything starts somewhere, you know, and so I'll go with that answer because that's not super dark.
Yeah,
that's a safe place.
Now I want to know the dark stuff.
No, I
want to get inside the brain and know the dark stuff. But I mean, when we look back, I think the same thing. I think we could all relate to that, right? We'll have to start somewhere, and our decisions can like change things. We learn from things. But are you someone who looks back and says, I should have maybe done that a little
Absolutely.
bit different?
I do that all the time. Yeah. I feel like that's how you know, and that's how you change. Yeah. You know, and that's how you grow, is if you can look at something and go like, I could have made a better choice on that. If you look back and you go, all right, then you're not changing, you're not growing. So, yeah, I think absolutely, for me, at least, that's how I look at it, and I go like, all right, could have done something better.
If we go back to that point when you're a kid, you're starting off with Power Rangers, you know nothing.
Right.
You're young. Like, what were some of the biggest, not lessons as an actor, but life lessons you learned as a person from that time that have made you who you are today, sitting in front of us? What were some
From the show specifically?
Yeah, from that time period.
Nothing lasts forever.
Yeah.
Definitely, nothing lasts forever. You know, I guess going off of that, I would, you know, because I was on the show, it was a big show, but then after that show, I went from, you know, having a job, something that felt like consistent and reliable was gone, you know, and then I spent a few years struggling and trying to rediscover myself. And in that time, that's when I started a band, and I was like trying to I taught myself how to play music because I wasn't sure what I was going to do. I was virtually homeless. I had a broken cot, 2 trash bags full of clothes, and a guitar that I was like, well, I guess I should learn how to play this thing. Yeah, so I was kind of living wherever I could live and with whoever would let me stay with them, working all kinds of weird jobs and you know, just doing whatever I could to survive. And then again, just constantly like, I got to accept who I am right now. And then just being faced with so many things in that time, and I just being humbled multiple times, you know, throughout life. And I think it's important to be humbled. It's better if you can humble yourself than to be humbled. But, you know, it is good to kind of keep yourself, you know, humble as much as possible.
You mentioned how difficult it was. Choosing a creative path is not easy.
It is not.
It's
no.
not easy. If anyone's thinking about doing it or does it, please try it. I mean, like, I think everyone should try and be
It's
creative,
very
right?
rewarding.
It is.
It's very rewarding to do something creative that comes sort of from you at least, even if it's like, for instance, you know, I'm working on whatever anime. Somebody else started it, but I get to be a part of it. Yes. So even that much, you know, and I get to create. But even if you create something from scratch, or like my band, you know, and any of the songs I've written or sung, you know, to be able to go and perform that live and hear people sing back certain lyrics that I wrote, then there's an instant connection, you know. And many times, it happened a lot of times when I would be on stage you know, we're performing and I'm singing, and then like in that moment, my mind goes like, holy cow, these people know my songs, and then I'm like, oh, I just forgot the next lyric, you know, and I'm like, oh, I just lost myself. But in that, like it strikes me so hard because of that. I'm like, I instantly connect with people. So that's also why, you know, when I get to meet people, it's like, man, I was there in the booth by myself doing this thing, and that connected with you. And so I don't know, it's like finding your people, you know. It's like you're part of my life. You are part of my life. You know, so.
That's so true about creativity, and I wonder. I don't want to get dark either. I wonder what drives us to keep creating. Like,
I don't know.
Do we go into childhood trauma now? Like, are we ready?
Childhood
for this?
trauma. Oh my goodness. I mean,
but I love.
I'll throw it out. I was kidnapped when I was younger, and that's enough to let you think. Yeah, I was. Yeah.
Really? Can you talk about it?
I don't want to talk about it.
Let's not talk about it then. Oh,
I'll just say I was tied to a string and tortured with my friend, and then that was we were lucky to get out of there and be alive.
So then, from the experiences you've had being an actor, are those the kind of things that you put into your roles?
Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of times when I do a character, there's something I find that I can relate to, you know, and it could be simple like how much I care for my family, you know, or whatever. It could be a moment that the character has that I understand that character right now in this moment. And now that becomes the heart of the character for me. And so then that's what I rely on every single time I make a choice in how I say a phrase or a line or whatever, you know?
Has there been a role that you've had, though? Because I know that there'll always be something that you pick up that you can relate to. But any role that you've read for and you thought, wow, that is just me through and through. Like, this is very me. It's not just a part of you, it's all of you.
Not 100%. I mean, I've definitely poured myself into everything. But, you know, I mean, if I'm fighting demons, you know, it's not, you know, it's not exactly the same. But you can find a way that kind of makes sense to you. Because we do fight, I guess, demons in our own life, you know, and so I wouldn't say 100%. There's nothing that has been like, I mean, I've poured 100% of myself into something, but within the limitations of what that project is and what the mythos is and the lore is of that story, you know. There's never been anything where it's like, boy, that is my life, you know.
That would be kind of
but
weird and freaky.
It would be super weird. I don't think I'd be able to do it because I'd feel naked.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. It'd be too hard to get through it completely. Because there's moments when I'll work on something and then I feel like I am that person in that moment, but then it's hard to like, shake it off, you know?
Interesting, because I've most of my friends are actors or performers. I've always found the idea of acting strange to me because I'm playing something else. But then the more that I speak to actors, and I've done some classes now, I see that it's actually not. They're parts of you.
I mean, I guess you can look at it either way. I don't know what works a lot for other people, but for me, I do have to find a way where I can go like, okay, I see myself as that person, you know, like one little bit. You know, it could be an innocence, you know, and then I pick that up from like maybe when I was younger, maybe being a naive kid or something, and I'm like, that's who this person is. That's who I was at one point. That's how I'm going to play this character, and then I'm going to ride this wave of the decisions that this character makes, and find wherever that takes me. My heart is still in this place, and so
cathartic.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird when you think about it. When you talk about it, it's weird. But
when you're breaking it down, like,
and I can't say that's right, the right way of doing it. But that's just the way I do it. You know, I have to believe that I'm that character. Otherwise, I don't feel like they're gonna believe it. You know?
No, I mean, I did some classes very stereotypically when I first came to LA just to try stuff. I just thought, why not? I don't have any grand ambitions to be an actor, but there was a monologue that I did at the end of like a 10-15-week run, and I was angry. I was throwing things on the ground in floods of tears in front of a small group of people. I didn't think I could be that, I guess, honest. And it felt like the best therapy I've ever had.
It really does. A lot of things like that. Like you unlock things. Yes. You can definitely unlock things. And then it's always, this has happened to me a few times where like the scene is done and then then I realize, oh, I just did a scene. Oh, wait a minute, I'm acting. And then I recall where I'm at and then I'm like, it's really quiet right now, like everything's like, are people watching me right now? Then I start like, this is weird. Like I remember who I am.
Yeah, it's like you're coming back into your body.
Yeah, it's kind of strange, yeah.
It's a strange feeling. I don't feel that, well, no, sometimes when I'm playing music, I think I can feel like that when I'm playing guitar and I lose myself in whatever's happening. But I was thinking about when you said you were in a band earlier. Often we say, the difficult second album, or as bands go on and musicians go on, they soften, they lose their edge. Would you say that it's different for acting, that you can maintain your edge as you get older? And how do you maintain that without softening? And
it could go both ways. Yeah. And I think it can depend on the person and the place in their career. I think you could become complacent with your choices and comfortable with certain choices and go like, this worked before, and so I can absolutely see that, but then there's always something that can humble you or knock you back into like, okay, you got to take risks sometimes to reach different levels and new levels of that. So
what's a risk for you now then? Because I know when you're in your 20s or 30s or whatever, like, you've got a different mindset, but now what is challenging for you?
As an actor?
Yeah.
It's there's a lot of things now that I will take on because I'm scared to take it on.
Right, okay.
And that could be many reasons why I'm scared to take it on. But there's like, I don't know, it's just and I don't want to point out any specific shows or anything, but yeah, there's certain risks, and certain things. Even shows that come back. It's like, should I come back to it? Should I do this thing again, or should I let it be what it was then? Because I don't know. But it's like the risk, and hoping that this can, I don't know, break or discover. I don't know, find myself in a different place or rediscover myself again, or find a new me in that.
Yeah, because then why else it's like with any creative endeavor, then why else are you doing it, if not the kind of the challenge.
You want it to still be fun also.
Yeah, of course you do. You just want it to be like, I hate this job, oh my God.
You don't want it to be a job.
Yeah,
actually.
Exactly.
Yeah, you don't want it to be a job.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And do you still feel that then about your work? You get into the booth, you do whatever you're doing, and you're like, yeah, man, I'm having fun.
Yeah, a lot of times it's that way. Now, occasionally, though, I'll get, cast to do some, I don't know, like through my agent, like something, and it might just be like a live action dub, and I'm some miscellaneous character in the background. And or multiple characters. Like I get cast as a character, which is cool and fun, but then it's like, oh, we need you to voice also 10 different characters in the background that are charging and dying or whatever. Mm-hmm. And then that, like when you do those things, then sometimes it becomes like a job.
Yes.
Because then you're like, okay, let me.
It's like admin.
Yeah. It's like all right, yeah.
This effort noise, that effort noise.
Right.
Speaking of effort noises, I'm fascinated by effort noises. I love when my friends tell me they've been doing effort noises all day, and I'm like, okay, cool. Like, what are your kind of toughest effort noise, like things that really...
Effort noises for me are the easiest things to do.
Are they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And it might stem from my martial arts experience, just being under the pressure of attacks or throwing attacks and defenses. So I know what those sounds sound like. I know what they feel like coming out of me. And so, like, for me, that is the easiest thing for me to do. And many times they'll just say, if they know who I am and they've cast me, a lot of times they're like, oh, well, just play the fight scene and he'll chase it. And then a lot of times I worked on this other thing, and it was a new project, a new group of people that I worked with. But after a couple episodes, they were like, just play it. He'll chase it. Because a lot of times they'll over-explain, like, okay, so he's going to jump and he's going to do a spin kick, and then he's going to do it. Well, let's watch it first, and then they try to explain it. I'm like, I usually tell them, you could just play it for me.
Oh.
And then so they can see, because as a martial artist, I can watch the fight. And I'm like, I can read it. And I'm like, okay, and I know that this guy's striking, so he's probably going to be in a defensive move. You know, is he breathing in? Is he breathing out? You know, if you're breathing out, it's easier for you to strike or defend. You know, if you're breathing in, you're not going to strike or defend. So it's like I can watch these things and spot them.
That's good. You've got that inside knowledge because of the martial art.
It's like cheating.
Yeah,
it feels like cheating. It totally does.
That is like a cheat mode.
Yeah, and I worked on this thing called Super Ninjas, and I remember I played this character, and then I went in to do. Actually, I was in there. I was on time. I'm sitting in the back room, and there's another actor in there, and they're going overtime, and I can hear them like going through fight stuff, and then like I can hear the director like. He sounded very frustrated and angry, and I was like, ooh, I was nervous, you know. I was like, boy, this guy maybe just doesn't like what he's getting. And so he brings me in. He's like, all right, have you ever done ADR before? And I was like, yeah, I've done a little bit. Yeah. And I had done a lot at this point. And I was like, I've done a little bit. And he's like, okay, well, listen, this is how it works. I just want to explain this. You're going to hear 3 beeps, and then you're going to start making fight noises. We'll watch it first, a couple things, maybe a couple hits, and then we'll go. And I was like, sure, okay. And then he plays like, you know, it's like, okay, so that's a punch. And he starts telling me, that's a punch. I'm like, yeah, I saw that. And
I love how he's punch
right.
training.
He's like, so you're going to do that punch there. Meanwhile, I'm the one that did the fight scene. So it's me on screen. And I'm like, well, I remember that, the fight, the choreo. So I was like, just play me the stuff. And he's like, it's a long scene. I'm like, yeah, I know. And so he plays me the whole scene. And he's like sighing heavily, like so mad and angry because I guess the last session. And so I was like, and he's like, we're just going to get the first couple reactions. And I was like, just play it through, and I'll chase it. And he's like, all right. And so he played through, and I chased it. And he was like, wow, that you got it all. And then he was like, can we do that again? I was like, yeah, I'm going to do it again. And so I did it again. He's like, you did even better that time. I was like, yeah, I felt like I'd color it up a little more. And then he's like, all right. And so we went through each scene that I was in, my character, and then we'd do my fight scenes right throughout. And it's super easy. It finished like so early, like very early, because, again, that's like the easiest thing for me to do. And he's like, well, that's great. And I was like, all right, thanks. And I left. And then I watched the episode, and it has a lot of ninjas in it. Every ninja in that episode was my voice. They copy-pasted my reactions onto all the other ninjas. And I was like, what? Come on.
Wait, I mean, nobody would know, obviously, watching, but when you hear
Actually,
it...
I think a lot of you guys might know. Some of you guys would probably recognize my fight noises. You can only, like, there's a certain sound, unless you, like, really alter it up. But, like,
Does it sound weird to your ear when you're hearing it back? You're like, that's me, this is me, that's me, this is me.
It's not weird now. It definitely was weird the first time. And it's weird when they did it like that, I was like, oh, come on. You know, I've spent many years perfecting that, and you're going to copy paste it for every other person. You know, I'm like, I felt cheated in that a little bit.
I love how he went from punch-splaining to you, and then you just mic dropped him. We're like,
I know. It's a good feeling.
Yeah.
But I never play it like, I know how to do this. I'm like, all right, you're the director.
Always be humble.
Yeah, you just kind of let it happen.
Let your work speak for yourself.
Yeah, because who knows? You know, maybe I'll mess up and then I'm like, yeah, okay, I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah.
I never understood people that come into things and go, well, I'm just really good at that. I'm like, well, you're really asking for...
Yeah, totally. And I've seen it go the other way, too.
I kind of...
Like really arrogant people come in and being like, wrong. And like, oh.
And sit back and go, oh, well... Sucks to be you. I'm sorry. But, you know, that's, again, being humble in the industry, I think, works.
It's important. I think it's important. Yeah.
100%. I'm going to ask one more question before we head to fan questions. And Christina, there's Christina. Everyone say hi, Christina. Christina's our lovely stage manager. She's going to come round with the mic. So if you've got a question, you can put your hand up. So one last question, and I always ask voice actors this question. When you're on your own, in the house, doing tasks, do you ever
make voices?
Speak to yourself or sing in your characters' voices?
It has to be a very strange character. It has to be like some weird voice that I haven't done, or I'm trying something out, then I would do something like that. Usually, I don't. I don't do a whole lot of character-sounding voices, unless it's like a game, because then you have to show up with like a handful of different things. So not usually. And when my kids were younger, you know, and I would read to them, I would do different voices, you know. And my daughter, she had like a teddy bear, you know, at one point. I remember like trying to like make up a voice for the teddy bear. And when she was really young, she was cool with it. And I don't even remember what the voice was, but it's like, you know, like a cute little teddy bear voice or whatever, right? And so I would do this little voice, and it was cool until around like, I don't know, 4. And she was like, no, that's not the voice. And it's like, oh, what's the voice? And then she would do her version of it. And I'm like, oh, okay.
I love how she starts to voice direct you.
No, she corrected me. Yeah.
I love that. Can we have a round of applause for this first part of the panel?
Thank you, guys.
Now, don't be shy. Get your wee hands up, or very long arms up. We've got this man at the back, and they've got these people here. Okay, go for it, Christina. You choose. I don't want to be in charge. If we could make a line. Actually, oh, sorry, that's my fault. Bad instructions. Blame the moderator. Everyone start making a line, and please be polite and aware of your fellow fans. Thank you. Excellent. Now, straight into the mic. What is your name and question? Loud and clear. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alex, and I was just wondering, so, you know, obviously you got your start on Power Rangers, like, you know, actor. How did it go from being like an actor to a voice actor? You know, like how, were you expecting to be like a big act, you know, like going into acting after Power Rangers, or were you like, oh, voice acting, that's better, or like, what did you prefer?
We kind of went all over the place there with that one. I like either of them. I just like overall just the acting and the creativity in that. But I didn't even know voiceover was like, I mean I knew, I guess if I thought about it, but I didn't think about it. So I didn't really think that that was like maybe a career that I could get into. I certainly didn't think I had like a voice, you know, like that anybody would want to hear. A real quick story. I remember when I was younger and I was playing football with my friend, throwing the football out front. This kid across the street was like a lot younger than us, so we'd never really talked to him or anything. He was kind of a mean kid. But he came outside and he started throwing rocks at us. And I was like, whoa, what the heck? And, you know, and then he went back inside, and then his sister came outside and started yelling at us. And we were like, what's going on? And he's like, well, you threw rocks at my brother. And I was like, no, we were playing football, and he came and threw rocks at us. And I was trying to explain, you know, and I guess I was in like a hype. No. And she was like, oh, yeah, well, you sound like a girl. And then she went inside. And then so I stopped talking for many months. And I was super insecure about my voice. And that affected me, you know, for a very long time. So voiceover I did not think was something that I could get into. And so I didn't think about that at all. It was just once I got into acting and once I really started to know what acting was, or at least try to become a better actor, that's when I started discovering more of that and how I guess I can be an actor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that question.
Thank you. Loud and clear, because we're finding it hard to hear from stage. So name and question, please.
Hi, my name is Gil. I just learned recently that you voiced Vash the Stampede. Trigun is my second favorite anime of all time.
Thanks.
And I also learned you reprised your role in the subsequent
In Stampede,
film
yeah.
and the kind of prequel that just came up. Is there anything from the original series that you particularly found enjoyable, and what made you want to come back and reprise your role?
There's a lot about the original. That was the first anime I worked on, so that alone was enough, you know. But I love the character, the innocence of the character, and how much he cares for people, you know. It's like after the Deadpool movie, it's weird for me to say this, but I've been saying this for a long time. I feel like Vash is like the Jesus of anime. But now after Deadpool and Wolverine, I'm like, it's kind of like, sounds like I've been copying them. But, you know, but he does. He would sacrifice himself to protect any person, you know. And so I love that about the character. I also, in the original, is just super silly and fun, way over the top, which was really exciting to do. And so going into the new one, I didn't know what it was going to be like. I knew it was going to be a little different. And so I had to go back through the original and kind of see where I was. My breathing was different then to the way I breathe now when I act. And so I was assuming I was just going to put the voice in the exact same place, but it is very different. It's darker, but it's a really neat take, and it's like having. I said this a few times. I feel like I'm being really redundant, but it's like having two good chicken dinners, and they're different. They're very different from each other, but you like them both. That's what I feel like with Trigun, the original '98 versus the Stampede. They're both really good. They're very different. The heart is the same. There's still chicken in it, or a plant, if you know what Vash is. But it's the heart is still the same. So the character is still the same. I just had to approach it a little more, I guess, theatrical, a little more serious, and I could only pepper in those original Vash kind of moments here and there, so that anybody from the original series or watched the original series could go like, oh, there's kind of the original Vash. So I want you to feel that, but then know that this is a different thing, and we should treat it this way,
Thank you for your question. Thank you very much.
Favorite donut? I'm a glazed donut guy. I know.
We've got quite a few. Thank you. I like that extra one at the end. Thank you. Hello, my dear. What's your name and question? Loud and clear.
My name is Dicia, and wondering, I know you can't say much about the coming Infinity Castle arc, but what are you looking forward to the most in that arc?
Well, I can't say much.
Yeah.
If I say anything, I feel like I'd be spoiling it. Okay, I would say this. I'm looking forward to Giyu being in it more. I've missed Giyu in the series, and so I'm glad that we're finally getting to see him back in there a bit more, and so he gets, it'd be fun.
He's my favorite character.
Ah, thank you.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you for your question. Hello, my friend. What's your name and question?
Hi, my name is Chris. First of all, thank you very much for coming. So
Thank
my
you,
question is, you've been in the voice acting industry for a long time. How has it changed from when you first started versus now?
Wow, that's a great question. Dang, I don't. Where do I start? It is different. A lot of the same people from my perspective, I guess, though, that I've been working with for a long time. We used to record on to the DAT or whatever that tape was. That was different, but now everything is digital. And not at all the places, but it is digital. Everything's digital now, and time is a lot faster. So we had a little more time to work on things before. At least it felt that way. Like I had more hours to work on a thing, and now it's like I work on something. It's already coming out. Like it's already out next week, and I'm starting now, and so that's interesting. It's like it's like you can't be sick. You have to be like, there's no time for being sick. I was working on a show during, what was it? I think it was like 2020 or somewhere in there. It was during the COVID stuff, and I had COVID, and I remember, so it's the bad COVID, right? When it was like really bad, and I was not feeling it. I was like, hey, is there any way we could reschedule? And they're like, well, we have to replace you if we have to reschedule. And I was like, oh man, that's weird. And so I was like, well, I guess I'll do it. And I remember laying down in the booth, waiting for the beeps, and then I'd get up, and I was in my own studio, so I would get up, and then I would say the lines, and then I'd look at the next line, try to memorize it, and lay down. And I'd wait for the beeps. I'd listen to the director, and then talk about the next thing or whatever, and then I'd get up and I'd play. So everything is like faster and and more like you have to be ready. You have to be really prepared to do the work. Now I feel like, at least, and there's no like, hey, we'll come back to it if something doesn't feel right. Not sometimes there is, but most cases feels like you got to get it right the first time. I feel, at least that's the way it feels to me. But I do think a lot of things have changed. I think AI is going to be changing things quite a bit more. We're still kind of waiting to see where that's going to take us.
Thank you very much for your question. Appreciate it. Thank you. Hello, my friend. Name and question.
Hello, my name is Jimmy, and I was just wondering, like, as a voice actor, you do a lot of intense scenes, and how do you get so much, like, emotion, like, genuine emotion when you do, like, your fight scenes and all that?
It depends on what's going on. I like I was saying before, I try to find something that I can go like, I know this feeling, I know what this is like, I've been through something similar to what this emotion, at least what I think this emotion would be, and so I try to put that back in there, you know. And I don't do like a thing where I think about like a traumatic thing, but I know the feeling, you know. And sometimes when the scene is really, it's done well, then you can just find that emotion. It just naturally happens, like the dialogue is just right, you know, or if there's music happening in the scene, you know, and you get to actually hear it, that sometimes sets you in that place. So it depends on the setting and how things are, like how it's written or whatever. But a lot of times I can just kind of, you can just find it, you know. Hopefully the writing's not always great. And usually it's like, hey, can we change this a little bit here and there? So.
Thank you very much for your question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, next person. Hello, friend. What's your name and question?
My name is Jaro. Johnny, I just want to say thank you for making my childhood really awesome, from being a Power Ranger and then being a voice actor.
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, for sure. My question is, what's a very heartful moment, impactful, from being a Power Ranger and being a voice actor, any of your characters?
Oh gosh, as a
I know
Power
it's a
Ranger,
yeah.
What's an impactful, like a heartful? Oh gosh, I don't even know.
That time when you couldn't go to the prom?
Well, the thing is I didn't go to my actual prom, so yeah, I knew that feeling, but I didn't. But I realized how pathetic I was when I was playing that character and doing that, and I was like, oh gosh, I'm super pathetic. I don't know, heartfelt moment in. That's an interesting word. I'm not sure. I'll say this though, I do remember. It was kind of my dream since I was younger because I studied martial arts. I always wanted to do action on film, you know, watching Jackie Chan and Bruce Lee and them, and that's what I wanted to do. I grew up in Texas, and it was not something that was carved out. Like, it's not an easy thing to do. And I remember even when there was an audition for Power Rangers that my instructor found, I was telling my friends, trying to get them to come with me because I was shy, nervous, and scared, and most of them were like, dude, don't even try. I remember one specifically was like, dude, do you need to think about a real career? You know, I know that you sit there training in your garage, but this is not going to happen for guys like us. And I remember that. And then I remember going to the audition and then callbacks and whatever. And then we were working so much in the first week, 2 weeks that it didn't really register, but there was a moment when there's dew on the grass and the sun was coming up and they were setting up lights. I was trying to figure out how to rollerblade, and I'm standing there and I'm by myself, and then it hit me. I was like, holy cow, that thing that I always wanted to do, I'm doing it right now. You know, and then all this flood of all these people that were like, get a real career. There's no way that you're going to make it. Like, all those things were flooding back in. I'm like, that's not true. You know, and then that became like a new thing for me. Like, somebody's going to say something. There's going to be a voice. It could even be your own voice, your head voice. That's not always true, you know. And it's like, how passionate are you about this thing or achieving this thing, you know? And so you just kind of have to go for it and try. And I can go longer into that, but I know we don't have a lot of time. But I want to thank you for your question.
Love that. Thank you. I got that feeling you were describing when I was driving down the highway. I just moved here last year. And I was like, F them, I made it.
Right?
I'm not living in a box under the freeway. It's okay. Life's okay.
Right.
That can happen too, though.
That can. Hello, my friend. What's your name and question?
Hi, my name is Brenda. I am a huge, huge, huge fan of yours. Oh my God, I don't want to cry. I love Ichigo. I love Lelouch, Isaiah, everybody. Like, thank you so much for coming back as Ichigo. I appreciate it like crazy. You make me incredibly happy. Yesterday I got a signature from you, and I wanted to like cry like a little bee and stuff like that. So thank you for existing and for everything that you've done for us. We appreciate it like so much. And my question is there any role that you wish you would have taken that you didn't take, and any role that you did take that you wish you didn't take?
All right, well, I don't think about much of the roles that didn't come. You know, you can't think about that. You know, you kind of those, even if it's something I auditioned for, you know, you just got to let those things go. There have been roles that I've taken that I've been like, I kind of wish I didn't. but they don't last that long usually, or that feeling doesn't last that long. You find a place where you're like, you got to own this.
Mhm.
You know, this is now your thing that you need to make yours, basically. You know, it's like now it's in your space, and you got to take the negative, the good with the bad. And I mean, that might make it obvious what I'm talking about, but there's a few things like that. But yeah, it's in general, you just got to go, like, you got to accept where you're at. I guess it goes back to what I was saying before. You accept where you're at, and then that's my starting place. Let me see where I can take this. You know, and there's going to be all these voices in your head, and it could be your own. A lot of times it's other ones, but then those start to become those voices in your head. And sometimes you just go, all right, I hear that, but I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to see if that can either alter those voices, you know, or silence them or whatever. I don't want to act like I got a ton of voices in my head, guys, but you know what I'm talking about. You know, you make choices, and then you go and you live with those choices, and then you continue. And things get hard in life, you know, and you just go, just got to move forward. You got to go another step. Just let me take another step. You know, you might get knocked back a couple, but keep taking an extra step, and you're going to be fine, you know, in everything that you go through.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you.
We only have time for 2 more questions, so one, and then this person behind, and then everybody.
I will be back at my table
Yes.
if you want to just come say hi and
Christine,
chat.
if
We
you
can
could
do
cut
that.
the line after these 2 people, that'd be great. And yes, Johnny will be at his table, so if you didn't have a chance to speak to him, you're happy to take questions, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
You look amazing. You look
thank
so
you.
great. What's your name and question?
Good morning. My name is the Buddha, otherwise known as Jeff. Morning, Johnny. How you doing?
Good. I'm good.
Good to hear. Make it quick. So, as the previous fan, Urahara was also a big fan of Bleach. I'm a huge fan of Bleach. I saw the cool new sub episode last night for 1,000 Year Blood War. Freaking awesome. Quick question is, now that you're repeating your role as Ichigo, how did you feel about if you did it already, without breaking NDA, how was your performance for the new season coming up? How'd you feel about it?
Well, we're into it.
Okay.
So we're a couple weeks behind. You know,
Oh.
they usually do the sub first. The sub is out first, and then we're going to follow. So, I mean, I'm sure I hope you're going to enjoy it. I enjoy it. I'm going to say I will enjoy it.
We're all here for the ride. I got you, man.
Yeah.
Alrighty, perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Thank
Buddha
you.
Jeff. We love you. Thank you. Love it. We got a Buddha selfie. It's a first. Hello there. What's your name and question? Last but not least.
Hi, my name is Dean. My question's about Devil May Cry. You voice Nero in the games, but you're voicing Dante in the Netflix show. So I'm just curious on, like, was there anything in mind that you used when voicing Dante to, like, differentiate him from Nero?
Oh, gosh. Okay, so this is interesting. So I did motion capture for Nero in Japan, so I got to really pour myself into that role, like physically as well. And I've said this before, but when I was reading the script originally as Nero, I remember going to the action director, Yuji Shimomura, and I was like, it feels like Dante, this entire script. As I'm speaking, I feel like I'm Dante, but like younger and naive. And I was kind of panicked because I didn't want to do it the same as like Ruben would do, since he was Dante. And we're both in it. And then I remember kind of like panicking, and I was like throwing a couple ideas at him, and he stopped me. He's like, Johnny, you are Nero. And then he walked away from me. And I was like, I don't know what that means. And so I was just like, well, I'm just going to make these choices, and within whatever limitations are in that script, you know? And that's what I did. I just leaned on myself and what I would do in these situations within that world. Now, with Dante in the DMC Netflix, I auditioned for an untitled show for a character named David. And then I booked the role and found out that I was Dante in DMC. And it was Adi Shankar, who I know and familiar with, who actually sent me the outline. I got to read the outline for that, and I remember thinking, wow, this is going to be really sweet for them to do. And I found out that he wrote the role for me to play Dante. So obviously I was conflicted in that, and I needed to talk to Ruben, needed to talk to Dan, and let them know. But again, I want to. The story is, I don't want to say it's different, but it's taking from all of it, not just the games. It's taking from the anime, it's taking from the manga, so it's like borrowing from everything. And the thing with the games is it's kind of disjointed, and whenever people talk about it, you got to be like, well, the timeline that I follow is this and that, right? And so it's like, this is going to, we have that. That's not being taken away from anyone. It's not like they're going to like stop the games completely. And if they ever do a DMC 6, I'm sure we're going to go back to where things were, hopefully. But this is going to give you a timeline that's one that everyone that's new and that is familiar with the series can actually follow. All my choices are from it is a younger Dante. As you can tell, he doesn't have the guns yet. You know, you can see hints and clues. And so every choice that I make is an honest choice for that character in that moment. Now, I didn't want to alter the voice very much because if you think about it, Nero is in the family, and even my son sounds like me when I was younger, so I think it's fine. I think once people see it in the space that it's in, you will understand. And if you've played the game and you're super familiar with Nero, which a lot of people are, because you spend hours on it, once you're in that timeline, you'll be able to accept it easier. I know whenever you go, because even me, I was like, how does that work? You know, do I change my voice? But the problem is if I change my voice and give it a different texture, like somebody was like, oh, look at him trying to like sound like Dante. No, I'm not. I'm just making honest choices from that character in this place and using my full range of motion. Because if I start limiting myself to a certain frequency range, then I'm limited. And so I want to be able to take it all over the place. And so I left it open, and I've just made honest choices, and I'm hoping that people can feel that honesty through that, within that timeline and within that world. And I think you will once you see it, because Addie and them have done such a great job. The story is amazing. I'm excited. Of course I'm nervous about it, and I was nervous about everything, but I really think anyone that's familiar with DMC, the first thing is going to be like, wait a second. But once you're in there, you're going to love it. And I don't want to say a lot about it, and I don't want to pump it up too much, but when I read it the first time through, I was just blown away. It's exciting. And yeah, a lot of people are like, what about this character and that, and you're going to do this and that. Trust me, you're going to be happy, because all of those things, yes, there at least be a nod to. And I'm also going to say this, which I'm probably not supposed to say. You're going to possibly hear some other people that you're familiar with at some point. So just stay tuned.
Thank you for your question. A round of applause for the fan questions, please. Thank you.
Thank you guys very much. I do want to say this, that I would not be here without you guys. I appreciate you so much. No, I love you. And we can love each other. But I do really appreciate you guys so much. Like, even the smallest thing, even if you just like one show, it makes me really happy. If you didn't get a chance to say something or ask something, you feel free to go wherever I am. I don't know where I'm at. Food trucks. I'm over near the food trucks. So on your way to the food trucks, you come say hi. But thank you again. I do truly appreciate your being here and taking the time to sit here, even if it was just a rest for a little bit.
Thanks,
and thank
Johnny.
you for starting us off on something different that was really unique. And I appreciate you, and thank you for doing this. This takes a lot.
Yes, thank you.
This is a very scary thing. Thank you, guys.
It's Johnny.
Well, y'all already know all good things must come to an end, and our coverage of LA Comic-Con is winding down. But if you want to stay up to date on everything going on in the wonderful world of comics, movies, cartoons, video games, and all that good stuff, you can find it year-round, 24/7 on IGN. A huge thank you to LA Comic-Con for inviting us and the team to cover it this year, and to everyone behind the scenes who made it possible. And most of all, you, that's right, you there watching us, who joined us from home. We'll see you next time. Take care.